All right. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Tuesday, February 21st, 2012. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Graham-Mejia.
Here.
Councilmember Kusamoto.
Here.
Councilmember Stevens.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Poe.
Present.
Mayor Edgar.
Here. Okay. Couple things. What I was thinking about doing, we've got a bunch of stuff on this agenda, but we've kind of started a little bit late. So I think what we'll do is we'll go ahead and go through the Pledge of Allegiance, then go into this. We've got a closed session coming up here. Let's go ahead with the Pledge of Allegiance with Councilmember Graham-Mejia. She'll lead us in that, standing for the invocation by Councilmember Poe.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we meet this evening, we ask that you give us guidance in the deliberations of the business of our city. We are ever grateful for the privilege of serving this community as their elected officials. We ask your watch over the men and women of our military as they serve to preserve our freedoms. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
All right, next item on the agenda is closed session. First of all, I guess before we go into closed session, Sandy, do you have anything? Jerry, you had asked about closed session. Did you have any comments that you want to make?
What I'd like to ask is, since we're getting started late, is it potentially possible to move this item to the end? We also have closed session after the meeting. Is that correct?
We don't
Did I
have
look
it
that
scheduled right now at the end. This is this for this item specifically. I think that there's an item that we need to take up that's fairly quick. So I think this piece will be handled, but I think just to kind of keep a flow, I'd like to be able to handle that, come back out, and because there's something I would like to do and at the end too.
Can you give me 5 minutes then to read this document and make sure that,
Sure.
everything that I'm doing is in the best interest of the city?
Absolutely.
Thank
So
you.
what we're going to do is we'll adjourn to closed session. We'll give you 5 minutes,
Okay.
and then you can join us back there.
Thank you.
And then we'll be back out for oral communication, and then we'll go from there. Temporarily adjourned from closed session. We want to describe a little bit of an issue that's going on, and I just want to turn that over to the city attorney, and if you could take it from there.
So we haven't held our closed session yet because Councilmember Mejia was deciding whether or not it would be appropriate for her to participate. I just want to say that I saw the newspaper article about the FPPC opinion and wish I had known before. I could have saved you some trouble there. There's never been a Political Reform Act conflict. It's not about a financial interest.
Mm-hmm.
The FPPC, the issue here was a common law bias conflict.
Mm-hmm.
And the FPPC does not give opinions about common law bias conflict. So they can't clear you or not clear you. And for that matter, neither can I.
Mm-hmm.
All I can do is explain the law to you, and I've given you a memo explaining that. The FPPC doesn't even do that. They don't opine on common law bias conflicts. So in the end, it's your determination to make as to whether you believe that you can be fair and neutral and impartial, and whether you have any interest other than the city's interest in this matter. And with that, I will turn it over to you. You previously had declared a conflict, and if you want to revoke that at this time, now would be the time.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and revoke that. After some information that we received on Councilmember Kusamoto, it concerned me that I didn't believe I had a conflict. And I think that going back, there was a misunderstanding between Sandy and I, which led me to believe initially that I was conflicted.
Hey, Jerry, can I just so everybody knows what we're talking about, trash contract and the litigation. So I just, because I'm not sure everybody's going to be following us, so.
Okay, so nevertheless, I believe I no longer have a conflict, nor did I initially. It was just a misunderstanding, I believe, between the city attorney and I.
Okay, so we're about ready to go back into closed session since that's new information. A little bit of it's kind of interesting. So we've been in litigation for over a year, and the conflict that had come up was that Councilmember Mejia had disclosed something with the city attorney, and they had the discussion that Jerry had talked about. It seems kind of different that a year later we're going to go back into closed session. So I just, while we're all up here and can have the discussion before we just pop back in, is there any council members have any comments, any concerns, anything that we need to talk about? Because I don't want to get into it back there. We got very specific litigation issues to talk about, and this is a procedure to get people back there. So anything that anybody wants to talk about? No? Okay. So, Jerry, I guess I'll ask you then. So the item that pulled you out that you said you had a conflict before was that, is that something that we can talk about? It's clearly not an economic impact. It's something that, I think you had said some involvement with the lawsuit. I guess
No.
I just want to understand. The public probably is going to wonder, well, what was the conflict to start with? Could you remind us what the conflict was? You stated a conflict, but you say it's no longer there.
No, I believe the advice I believed I was receiving from the attorney was, I expressed a concern, and she said, though we may differ on this, she said, I believe you have a conflict. So I conflicted myself out on her advice.
Okay. Is it something that, as we're getting ready to go back into closed session, is it something that the rest of the council can be aware of? Is it something that we're able to talk about in open public? Because I really don't know.
Councilmember Mejia, since you've now spoken about it here at the dais and in the press, am I at liberty to speak about it too? Ordinarily, I would respect your confidentiality as to
Absolutely.
communication between us, but if it's all right with you. So after that initial closed session, the first closed session we had after the lawsuit was filed,
And that's the one that Jerry
Ms.
was in
Mejia
first.
participated. After that, she informed me that she had had a conversation with the plaintiff's counsel and provided information to him.
No, that's
and
incorrect.
that he provided information to her. And I'm telling you my understanding, okay, of our conversation. And that she felt it would be best if she did not participate in closed session. And I told her that based on the information she was giving me, that I felt it would be appropriate for her to abstain from participation based on a common law conflict. The part where I think there may have been a misunderstanding is that I believe I explained to Ms. Mejia that it was her decision to make, but that I concurred that that could be construed as a conflict. I believe, based on what she's just told me this evening, Ms. Mejia heard that as an instruction that she had to sit out, which it's her determination to make. In my mind, that issue is compounded somewhat by the fact that Councilmember Mejia also provided declarations to the plaintiffs in connection with the lawsuit for use against the city. But nonetheless, this is a common law bias issue, and the question is for Councilmember Mejia to determine whether she is neutral and unbiased in this matter, and it's not for me to second guess. So I don't make the decision here. When it comes to financial conflicts of interest, there are dollar thresholds, there are objective criteria, and it's easy to say one way or the other. When it comes to common law bias, that's a decision that each individual council member has to make in their own good conscience, and you do so every time you hear an issue.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tempo.
Could you give a definition of what common law bias is?
Yes, let me actually quote for you. Common law bias, unlike the Political Reform Act, which is defined by statute, common law bias is defined by courts and case law, so there is no one definition. But basically, the doctrine says that an elected official is bound to exercise the powers conferred on him with disinterested skill, zeal, and diligence, and primarily for the benefit of the public. So You're not allowed to pursue any private or personal interest, whether it's financial or non-financial. You have to be acting solely in the interests of the city. The Supreme Court has, well, we don't have much case law on it. At one extreme, the Supreme Court has said that for a council member to try to challenge in court the action of his or her own agency is fundamentally incompatible. You can't do that. So you can't bring suit. The Supreme Court has said that's manifestly incompatible. One or the other must yield. That's the quote. We don't have that extreme here. Councilmember Mejia has not actually filed suit against the city or anything like that. She's not a plaintiff in the case. We are somewhere along the spectrum, and that's why it's a matter of conscience to decide where along that spectrum.
But she
each
did
council
file
member
a
is.
declaration in the lawsuit.
Yes.
Was the declaration was not in support of the city, though? It was in support of the plaintiff, the people suing us.
No, it was just it was verifying facts. That's it.
Okay,
It
go ahead,
was-
Marilyn.
It was in opposition to the city, and it was the facts as Ms. Mejia understood them.
Right.
Yes.
So I would take that as opposition to the city. So I would view that as a conflict. But that's my personal view.
Mayor, if I may.
Sure, go ahead, Jerry.
I think the spin that's being put on this by the city attorney leads the people who are watching to believe that I've done something inappropriate. I'm going to state what I have since the beginning. I discussed with the city attorney, asking her advice. I said I was concerned I had a conflict. She agreed with me, and so I stepped away. After Mr. Kuzumoto had some documentation that came forward that led me to wonder if my conflict was really real. So I contacted the FPPC because that's the governing body to make sure that we're behaving fairly and ethically, and they told me that I didn't have a conflict. Tonight, the city attorney brings me a document stating that there's a common law conflict. So I read over it, and though her interpretation that she would like you to believe that I'm not supporting the city, as I said with you in our personal conversation, I think my votes, and you know what I'm speaking with regards to this lawsuit, have been in favor of protecting the city. So I take offense that you're trying to lead the public into believing something other than the truth. And I think what's happened here is your advice was bad, and now you're being called on it, and you want to turn it around on me. I'm here as a council member, and if Marilyn questions it, that is up to her to do. Other than that, I feel comfortable going back into closed session to continue to do my job. As one of the speakers said last meeting, that we're duty bound to be in those meetings if we don't have conflicts. So I took that very seriously, and I will be attending this next meeting in closed session.
Ken, do you
And
have any comments? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I'll make it quick because I don't want to get into a debate. I am doing my very best to respect Councilmember Mejia's right to make that determination, and I do respect that right. There was no bad advice given you, and again, I am really sorry that you went to the bother of going to the FPPC. The FPPC cannot tell you that it is proper for you to be in this closed session. All they can tell you is the same thing I said over a year ago, which is that you do not have a Political Reform Act conflict and that you need to look at the common law conflict for yourself. They don't opine on common law conflicts, and they can't. They don't have the authority or the jurisdiction to do that.
Do you have a document that shows that you expressed a common law conflict? Because, and my memory is not perfect, but I have no recollection of you discussing that with me. And furthermore, we had very few conversations regarding this issue.
It's the only conflict that we discussed because no one ever presented any financial conflict at all. You don't have a financial conflict that I know of. You've never discussed a possibility of one with me. So there was never any issue of that. The only thing we discussed was common law conflict.
Well, and that's, I guess, where I think you fell short is, as I said to you tonight, this isn't something I'm usually engaged in. I'm not a lawyer. It's not my job to have the expertise. I relied on what you recommended, and whether or not we differ on it, I don't want to disrespect you either. It's just a difference of opinion.
Okay, go ahead, Ken.
Question, and it's more of clarification. None of us are lawyers up here to start off with, and so we're going to lean on you, on this. Under the common law conflict, what play does a declaration in opposition to the city's stance come into it?
It's a factor to be taken into consideration. There isn't a lot of case law on this, and there's certainly no case law where a council member submitted declarations in opposition and a court discussed that. It's all what a court would think of it, and more importantly, because the likelihood is this will never get to a court, it's what the individual council member feels in his or her conscience is appropriate.
All right, so you're basically saying that it's up to Jerry right now, Councilmember Mejia, whether she goes in or not. And her declaration in opposition to the city stance, there is no case law on it. It's something that sort of a toss of the coin.
I don't know how to say it otherwise. It's just a factor to be considered.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so here's the situation. Bottom line is the city council doesn't preclude people going back there. Warren decides he wants to come back in. It's his choice. Jerry decides she wants to come in. It's her choice. I think that the facts that were laid out that we heard, we know that a week before the case was filed against the city, that there was a campaign contribution by the guy that filed it to her and to Warren. We know that, there was participation with the group after the lawsuit started. We were told that to file the lawsuit, there was participation by Jerry in this process to help them prepare their case. We also know that through the process of the lawsuit, there was a declaration, a 3-page declaration that stated the facts to support the folks suing us, which is the person that gave the donation to their political campaign. And now, at the very end of it, and just intuitively coming to you and saying, hey, look, I want advice, and your view is, it looks like you may have a conflict, but at the end of the day, we make the decision whether we go or not. I mean, just right now, we as much as we might feel opposition to wanting Jerry back there with us based on those facts, there's not much we can do if the member decides they want to come in there. The other thing, though, that I think is important is that, and just a note to anybody on the council, if you have a legal problem and you want to find out more information on conflicts, ask the city attorney. The FEPC does not regulate this type of conflict. This would have been something that, I found out about it too through the newspaper. I didn't even know that, and it's not, Jerry has no obligation to let anybody on the council know. She has no obligation to let the city attorney know. But again, I think we're talking past each other. This issue is a conflict of interest with common law problem, and we're talking financial, and we're still kind of looking at, did you tell me that? I didn't. I don't know. It seems like just a breakdown here. And so with that, I think that we're going to go ahead and go into closed session. I think some of the reaction when people hear this is, why even go into closed session if you've got both sides of the lawsuit in the closed session, or at least the appearance thereof. But we got to do this, and this lawsuit, hopefully will be coming to an end here sometime in the next year, I hope.
Mayor,
So-
I'd just like a clarification on some misstatements of facts that you
Sure.
just made.
Please.
You inferred that I helped prepare information for the case. That's incorrect.
Okay.
And I'm not sure exactly where the city attorney came up with that, but that's absolutely not the case.
Can you define your involvement then? Because I'm just repeating what I heard.
There was a concern that the trash contract was being awarded inappropriately based on the ordinance. Before I talked to the community and let them know during the election, I wanted to make sure that my information was correct. So I sought out with Mr. DeBolt, an attorney, not someone I picked, just someone that we discussed, go and talk to him, verify the facts. So we went and asked him the questions, met with him a second time, and he said, yes, there is a concern, and I stepped away. From my information, I didn't even know who they were using for the lawsuit. I didn't even realize that it was the same attorney, because initially when we talked about who we would go and talk to get some kind of concurrence that what we were about to tell the community was correct, there were different attorneys that were being talked to and talked about. So I was not aware that the attorney that I met with was the attorney that they retained. And the conflict of the declarations are simply something that I was addressed, 2 other council members were addressed, and they said, is this a statement of fact and truth? And I said, yes, it is. It was not to hurt the city. It's a statement of fact and truth. And that seems to be something that this council does not want to get out. We want to spin all of these things to make it look like there's a perception other than there was. I did talk to the city attorney prior to. She addressed me before we went in closed session. She asked me 2 questions. Now she's saying she asked me 3. Went home and wrote them down, so she's wrong. And I answered her questions. She said I didn't have a conflict. After the first closed session, I wanted to verify that I didn't have a conflict. I reached out and asked Mr. DeBolt, the person that I spoke with, was that the attorney that you are now using? He said yes. Came back to the city attorney and said, this is where I'm at. I believe I have a conflict of interest. As again, I'm not a lawyer. She said, I believe you have a conflict too. That was before any declaration was signed. So as far as the reporter called me to discuss Warren. And she said, I see that on the FPPC website, you have a letter regarding the trash contract. And I said, yes. We spoke about it briefly. She never said she was going to be writing an article. If she had, I might have had the idea to call the city manager at the very least and let her know. The item she discussed with me was regarding Warren's, his conflict of interest, which I couldn't really make a whole lot of statements on because I go back into closed session. And so it was kind of a shock to me, too, that there was an article regarding this issue. But nevertheless, you can try and spin it however you want. But the fact of the matter is, I wanted to know before I addressed the residents of my home community and told them of my concerns that I was right, because I didn't want to lie to you during the election. It was not a tactic for me. It was merely just making sure that the difference of the $6.5 million really was true, because our city manager was saying it was a fictitious number. Well, guess what? It's not. And other than that, I think we should go ahead and go back into closed session, and I hope that clarifies for the community exactly what happened.
So, Jerry, again, what you're saying is you did receive a contribution from Art. You didn't participate. You actually helped start the lawsuit, or at least find the lawyer.
No,
and
I did not.
That's what you just said. You went out and helped them find a lawyer.
No, he
and
found a
case.
lawyer, and I went with him to ask the questions that I had. And you know what, Troy? I've already stated for the record what I did, and I don't think readdressing it or you trying to draw something that's not there out is just a waste of time. It's up to me, and I say that I know in my heart, and believe me, I prayed about this, there is no conflict, and my first and foremost concern is the residents of this community. I
just think closed session in this fashion is a sham. You're absolutely right. You have every right to be back there, and we'll go into closed session. But are we really looking out for the best interests of the city?
I definitely am. Yes. I think
You're
I was
on
given
both
bad
sides of the
advice.
issue.
No, I'm not.
You absolutely are on both sides of this issue.
Well, that is your determination based on what
not
you
mine.
think you believe.
It's pretty clear.
Sandra, did this document go to anybody else on the council?
No.
Okay, so just me. So maybe you can get a copy of this. There are some corrections that I'll make with you, but nevertheless, the fact that you stated it doesn't make it true. And
So we participated in suing the city. We had Art DeBolt come up here last week and ask for $330,000 to pay your lawyer that you helped select in the beginning.
Troy, you
and now you're
can
going to come back
misspeak
there
and
with
say
us
whatever
and
you
help
want.
us.
It
I
wasn't
think it's
my
ridiculous.
lawyer. I'm not part of the lawsuit.
This
I've
is
told you that since
ridiculous.
the beginning.
I'll tell
I
you
think
what,
you're ridiculous.
Let's go ahead and go into closed session. Temporarily adjourned from closed session. We want to describe a little bit of an issue that's going on, and I just want to turn that over to the city attorney, and if you could take it from there.
So we haven't held our closed session yet because Councilmember Mejia was deciding whether or not it would be appropriate for her to participate. I just want to say that I saw the newspaper article about the FPPC opinion and wish I had known before. I could have saved you some trouble there. There's never been a Political Reform Act conflict. It's not about a financial interest. The FPPC, the issue here was a common law bias conflict. And the FPPC does not give opinions about common law bias conflict. So they can't clear you or not clear you. And for that matter, neither can I. All I can do is explain the law to you, and I've given you a memo explaining that. The FPPC doesn't even do that. They don't opine on common law bias conflicts. So in the end, it's your determination to make as to whether you believe that you can be fair and neutral and impartial, and whether you have any interest other than the city's interest in this matter. And with that, I will turn it over to you. You previously had declared a conflict, and if you want to revoke that at this time, now would be the time.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and revoke that. After some information that we received on Councilmember Kusamoto, it concerned me that I didn't believe I had a conflict. And I think that going back, there was a misunderstanding between Sandy and I, which led me to believe initially that I was conflicted.
Hey, Jerry, can I just, I mean, so everybody knows what we're talking about, trash contract and the litigation. So I just, because I'm not sure everybody's going to be following us, so.
Okay, so nevertheless, I believe I no longer have a conflict, nor did I initially. It was just a misunderstanding, I believe, between the city attorney and I.
Okay, so we're about ready to go back into closed session. Since that's new information, a little bit of, it's kind of interesting. So we've been in litigation for over a year, and the conflict that had come up was that Councilmember Mejia had disclosed something with the city attorney, and they had the discussion that Jerry had talked about. It seems kind of different that a year later we're going to go back into closed session. So I just, while we're all up here and can have the discussion before we just pop back in, is there any council members have any comments, any concerns, anything that we need to talk about? Because I don't want to get into it back there. We got very specific litigation issues to talk about, and this is a procedure to get people back there. So anything that anybody wants to talk about? No? Okay. So, Jerry, I guess I'll ask you then. So the item that pulled you out that you said you had a conflict before was that, is that something that we can talk about? It's clearly not an economic impact. It's something that, I think you had said some involvement with the lawsuit. I guess
No.
I just want to understand. The public probably is going to wonder, well, what was the conflict to start with? Could you remind us what the conflict was? You stated a conflict, but you say it's no longer there.
No, I believe the advice I believed I was receiving from the attorney was, I expressed a concern, and she said, though we may differ on this, she said, I believe you have a conflict. So I conflicted myself out on her advice.
Okay. Is it something that, as we're getting ready to go back into closed session, is it something that the rest of the council can be aware of? Is it something that we're able to talk about in open public? Because I really don't know.
Councilmember Mejia, since you've now spoken about it here at the dais and in the press, am I at liberty to speak about it too? Ordinarily, I would respect your confidentiality as to
Absolutely.
communication between us, but if it's all right with you. So after that initial closed session, the first closed session we had after the lawsuit was filed,
And that's the one that Jerry
Ms.
was in
Mejia
first.
participated.
Okay.
After that, she informed me that she had had a conversation with the plaintiff's counsel and provided information to him.
No, that's
and
incorrect.
that he provided information to her. And I'm telling you my understanding, okay, of our conversation. And that she felt it would be best if she did not participate in closed session. And I told her that based on the information she was giving me, that I felt it would be appropriate for her to abstain from participation based on a common law conflict. The part where I think there may have been a misunderstanding is that I believe I explained to Ms. Mejia that it was her decision to make, but that I concurred that that could be construed as a conflict. I believe, based on what she's just told me this evening, Ms. Mejia heard that as an instruction that she had to sit out, which it's her determination to make. In my mind, that issue is compounded somewhat by the fact that Councilmember Mejia also provided declarations to the plaintiffs in connection with the lawsuit for use against the city, But nonetheless, this is a common law bias issue, and the question is for Councilmember Mejia to determine whether she is neutral and unbiased in this matter, and it's not for me to second guess. So I don't make the decision here. When it comes to financial conflicts of interest, there are dollar thresholds, there are objective criteria, and it's easy to say one way or the other. When it comes to common law bias, that's a decision that each individual council member has to make in their own good conscience, and you do so every time you hear an issue.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tempo.
Could you give a definition of what common law bias is?
Yes, let me actually quote for you. Common law bias, unlike the Political Reform Act, which is defined by statute, common law bias is defined by courts and case law, so there is no one definition. But basically, the doctrine says that an elected official is bound to exercise the powers conferred on him with disinterested skill, zeal, and diligence, and primarily for the benefit of the public. So you're not allowed to pursue any private or personal interest, whether it's financial or non-financial. You have to be acting solely in the interests of the city. The Supreme Court has, well, we don't have much case law on it. At one extreme, the Supreme Court has said that for a council member to try to challenge in court the action of his or her own agency is fundamentally incompatible. You can't do that. So you can't bring suit. The Supreme Court has said that's manifestly incompatible. One or the other must yield. That's the quote. We don't have that extreme here. Councilmember Mejia has not actually filed suit against the city or anything like that. She's not a plaintiff in the case. We are somewhere along the spectrum, and that's why it's a matter of conscience to decide where along that spectrum.
But she
each
did
council
file
member
a
is.
declaration in the lawsuit.
Yes.
Was the declaration was not in support of the city, though? It was in support of the plaintiff, the people suing us.
No, it was just it was verifying facts. That's it.
Okay,
It
go ahead,
was-
Marilyn.
It was in opposition to the city, and it was the facts as Ms. Mejia understood them.
Right.
Yes.
So I would take that as opposition to the city. So I would view that as a conflict. But that's my personal view.
Mayor, if I may.
Sure, go ahead, Jerry.
I think the spin that's being put on this by the city attorney leads the people who are watching to believe that I've done something inappropriate. I'm going to state what I have since the beginning. I discussed with the city attorney, asking her advice. I said I was concerned I had a conflict. She agreed with me, and so I stepped away. After Mr. Kuzumoto had some documentation that came forward that led me to wonder if my conflict was really real. So I contacted the FPPC because that's the governing body to make sure that we're behaving fairly and ethically, and they told me that I didn't have a conflict. Tonight, the city attorney brings me a document stating that there's a common law conflict. So I read over it, and though her interpretation that she would like you to believe that I'm not supporting the city, as I said with you in our personal conversation, I think my votes, and you know what I'm speaking with regards to this lawsuit, have been in favor of protecting the city. So I take offense that you're trying to lead the public into believing something other than the truth. And I think what's happened here is your advice was bad, and now you're being called on it, and you want to turn it around on me. The discussions we had were clear. You're now twisting them, but unfortunately, like I said, there's no documentation to prove what we said back and forth. First and foremost, this is where I was born and raised. I want to protect the city. That's why I'm here as a council member. And if Marilyn questions it, that is up to her to do. Other than that, I feel comfortable going back into closed session to continue to do my job. As one of the speakers said last meeting, that we're duty bound to be in those meetings if we don't have conflicts. So I took that very seriously, and I will be attending this next meeting in closed session.
Ken, do you
And
have any comments? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I'll make it quick because I don't want to get into a debate. I am doing my very best to respect Councilmember Mejia's right to make that determination, and I do respect that right. There was no bad advice given you, and again, I am really sorry that you went to the bother of going to the FPPC. The FPPC cannot tell you that it is proper for you to be in this closed session. All they can tell you is the same thing I said over a year ago, which is that you do not have a Political Reform Act conflict and that you need to look at the common law conflict for yourself. They don't opine on common law conflicts, and they can't. They don't have the authority or the jurisdiction to do that.
Do you have a document that shows that you expressed a common law conflict? Because, and my memory is not perfect, but I have no recollection of you discussing that with me. And furthermore, we had very few conversations regarding this issue.
It's the only conflict that we discussed because no one ever presented any financial conflict at all. You don't have a financial conflict that I know of. You've never discussed a possibility of one with me. So there was never any issue of that. The only thing we discussed was common law conflict.
Well, and that's, I guess, where I think you fell short is, as I said to you tonight, this isn't something I'm usually engaged in. I'm not a lawyer. It's not my job to have the expertise. I relied on what you recommended, and whether or not we differ on it, I don't want to disrespect you either. It's just a difference of opinion.
Okay, go ahead, Ken.
Question, and it's more of clarification. None of us are lawyers up here to start off with, and so we're going to lean on you, on this. Under the common law conflict, what play does a declaration in opposition to the city's stance come into it?
It's a factor to be taken into consideration. There isn't a lot of case law on this, and there's certainly no case law where a council member submitted declarations in opposition and a court discussed that. It's all what a court would think of it, and more importantly, because the likelihood is this will never get to a court, it's what the individual council member feels in his or her conscience is appropriate.
All right, so you're basically saying that it's up to Jerry right now, Councilmember Mejia, whether she goes in or not. And her declaration in opposition to the city stance, there is no case law on it. It's something that sort of a toss of the coin.
I don't know how to say it otherwise. It's just a factor to be considered.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so here's the situation. Bottom line is the city council doesn't preclude people going back there. Warren decides he wants to come back in. It's his choice. Jerry decides she wants to come in. It's her choice. I think that the facts that were laid out that we heard, we know that a week before the case was filed against the city, that that there was a campaign contribution by the guy that filed it to her and to Warren. We know that, there was participation with the group after the lawsuit started. We were told that to file the lawsuit, there was participation by Jerry in this process to help them prepare their case. We also know that through the process of the lawsuit, there was a declaration, a 3-page declaration that stated the facts to support the folks suing us, which was the person that gave the donation to their political campaign. And now, at the very end of it, and just intuitively coming to you and saying, hey, look, I want advice, and your view is, it looks like you may have a conflict, but at the end of the day, we make the decision whether we go or not. I mean, just right now, we as much as we might feel opposition to wanting Jerry back there with us based on those facts, there's not much we can do if the member decides they want to come in there. The other thing, though, that I think is important is that, just a note to anybody on the council, if you have a legal problem and you want to find out more information on conflicts, ask the city attorney. The FEPC does not regulate this type of conflict. This would have been something that, I found out about it too through the newspaper. I didn't even know that, and it's not, Jerry has no obligation to let anybody on the council know. She has no obligation to let the city attorney know. But again, I think we're talking past each other. This issue is a conflict of interest with common law problem, and we're talking financial, and we're still kind of looking at, did you tell me that? I didn't, I don't know. It seems like just a break. And so with that, I think that we're going to go ahead and go into closed session. I think some of the reaction when people hear this is, why even go into closed session if you've got both sides of the lawsuit in the closed session, or at least the appearance thereof. But we got to do this, and this lawsuit, hopefully will be coming to an end here sometime in the next year, I hope.
Mayor,
So-
I'd just like a clarification on some misstatements of facts that you
Sure.
just made.
Please.
You inferred that I helped prepare information for the case. That's incorrect.
Okay.
And I'm not sure exactly where the city attorney came up with that, but that's absolutely not the case.
Can you define your involvement then? Because I'm just repeating what I heard.
There was a concern that the trash contract was being awarded inappropriately based on the ordinance. Before I talked to the community and let them know during the election, I wanted to make sure that my information was correct. So I sought out with Mr. DeBolt, an attorney, not someone I picked, just someone that we discussed, go and talk to him, verify the facts. So we went and asked him the questions, met with him a second time, and he said, yes, there is a concern, and I stepped away. From my information, I didn't even know who they were using for the lawsuit. I didn't even realize that it was the same attorney, because initially when we talked about who we would go and talk to get some kind of concurrence that what we were about to tell the community was correct, there were different attorneys that were being talked to and talked about. So I was not aware that the attorney that I met with was the attorney that they retained. And the conflict of the declarations are simply something that I was addressed to, other council members were addressed, and they said, is this a statement of fact and truth? And I said, yes, it is. It was not to hurt the city. It's a statement of fact and truth. And that seems to be something that this council does not want to get out. We want to spin all of these things to make it look like there's a perception other than there was. I did talk to the city attorney prior to. She addressed me before we went in closed session. She asked me 2 questions. Now she's saying she asked me 3. Went home and wrote them down, so she's wrong. And I answered her questions. She said I didn't have a conflict. After the first closed session, I wanted to verify that I didn't have a conflict. I reached out and asked Mr. DeBolt, the person that I spoke with, was that the attorney that you are now using? He said yes. Came back to the city attorney and said, this is where I'm at. I believe I have a conflict of interest. As again, I'm not a lawyer. She said, I believe you have a conflict too. That was before any declaration was signed. So as far as the reporter called me to discuss Warren. And she said, I see that on the FPPC website, you have a letter regarding the trash contract. And I said, yes. We spoke about it briefly. She never said she was going to be writing an article. If she had, I might have had the idea to call the city manager at the very least and let her know. The item she discussed with me was regarding Warren's, his conflict of interest, which I couldn't really make a whole lot of statements on because I go back into closed session. And so it was kind of a shock to me, too, that there was an article regarding this issue. But nevertheless, you can try and spin it however you want. But the fact of the matter is, I wanted to know before I addressed the residents of my home community and told them of my concerns that I was right, because I didn't want to lie to you during the election. It was not a tactic for me. It was merely just making sure that the difference of the $6.5 million really was true, because our city manager was saying it was a fictitious number. Well, guess what? It's not. And other than that, I think we should go ahead and go back into closed session, and I hope that clarifies for the community exactly what happened.
So, Jerry, again, what you're saying is you did receive a contribution from Art. You didn't participate. You actually helped start the lawsuit, or at least find the lawyer.
No,
And
I did not.
That's what you just said. You went out and helped them find a lawyer.
No,
and
he
present
found
the
a
case.
lawyer,
And you
and
went-
I went with him to ask the questions that I had. And you know what, Troy? I've already stated for the record what I did, and I don't think readdressing it or you trying to draw something that's not there out is just a waste of time. It's up to me, and I say that I know in my heart, and believe me, I've prayed about this, there is no conflict, and my first and foremost concern is the residents of this community.
I just think closed session in this fashion is a sham. I mean, you're absolutely right. You have every right to be back there, and we'll go into closed session. But I mean, you know, are we really looking out for the best interests of the city?
I definitely am, yes. I think
You're
I was
on
given
both
bad
sides of the
advice.
issue.
No, I'm not.
You absolutely are on both sides of this issue.
Well, that is your determination based on what
not
you
mine.
think you believe.
I mean, it's pretty clear.
Sandra, did this document go to anybody else on the council?
No.
Okay, so just me. So maybe you can get a copy of this. There are some corrections that I'll make with you, but nevertheless, the fact that you stated it doesn't make it true. And
So we participated in suing the city. We had Art DeBolt come up here last week and ask for $330,000 to pay your lawyer that you helped select in the beginning.
Troy, you
And now you're
can
gonna come back
misspeak
there
and
with
say
us
whatever
and
you
help
want.
us
It
with this. I think
wasn't
it's
my
ridiculous.
lawyer. I'm not part of the lawsuit.
This
I've
is
told you that since
ridiculous.
the beginning.
I'll tell
I
you
think
what,
you're ridiculous.
Let's go ahead and go into closed session. I want to go ahead and call back in order this regular meeting, Tuesday, February 21st, 2012. We went into closed session on item number 5, City Attorney.
Yes, in closed session, the city council met and discussed again the decision of whether to appeal the lawsuit and reaffirmed the decision to appeal. It was a 3-2 vote with council members Kusamoto and Mejia voting no. And just by way of explanation, at the prior city council meeting, a resident had brought a question about whether the initial discussion was proper under the Brown Act. I do believe it was proper under the Brown Act. Nonetheless, the city council felt that since a question had been raised, that the appropriate thing to do would be to readdress it, and the result was the same.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open up to oral communications. At this time, any individual in the audience could come forward and speak on any item within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Remarks should be limited to not more than 5 minutes per speaker. I've got 2 cards here. And first up, Pat Blanchard.
Before I discuss what I want to discuss, I want to apologize to our city attorney for some of the conduct that has been occurring in this meeting. And before I start, I also want to say that anybody I have talked to is thrilled to death with the new trash contract. They're saving money, and I especially am happy with it. But anyway, that's not what I'm here to discuss tonight. Can anybody, I hope I have this right. At the last council meeting, traffic problems in some residential, I'm sorry I have to read this, in some residential areas of the city were discussed. I have often come before the Traffic Commission and this council with my concerns regarding the increased traffic on Farquhar Avenue. A residential street has become a shortcut for traffic avoiding Catella Boulevard. Since the installation of red light cameras at the Los Alamitos and Catella Streets intersection, the traffic has increased even more on Farquhar, putting in jeopardy children playing in front yards, children crossing the street to reach Cottonwood Park, and children riding their bikes to school in the baseball fields at the base. Although I have pleaded for help regarding this traffic because it is sometimes difficult to exit suburbia with the backed up traffic, I certainly do not think a solution would be the addition of another lane on Farquhar. In my opinion, an additional automobile lane would only encourage more traffic instead of lessening it. In addition, it would require parked vehicles to be moved from Farquhar Apartments to other residential streets, which is already a nightmare for residents on Rochelle Street. Several years ago, an expensive traffic study was commissioned by the city in which many suggestions were made to discourage cut-through traffic from Catella to Farquhar. Although many solutions were proposed, this study never suggested adding an extra lane on Farquhar. The only solution that came from this study was the installation of one extra stop sign on Farquhar, with the hope it would protect residents and discourage more traffic. Yet traffic has only continued to increase since then. I have often suggested the city should investigate the solutions that Long Beach made regarding cut-through traffic from 7th Street through residential areas during peak traffic hours near Recreation Park. Their solution was to post no left turn signs during certain hours. This could certainly be a solution if such signs were posted on Catella, limiting left turns during peak traffic hours. It is my opinion that additional lanes are needed on Farquhar, but I believe these should be bike lanes, not automobile lanes. We should be protecting bike riders, not only children, but adults that are forced to ride bicycles because of the increasing cost of driving their automobiles. I remember when a few years ago, grant money came to the city for the specific purpose of installing bike lanes on Farquhar. I also remember when the decision was made not to use the money for this purpose, yet I do not remember to what purpose the money was allocated. With the increasing traffic in the city, it's my belief that consideration should be made regarding the installation of bike lanes throughout the city. There are so many dangerous routes that children must take to reach schools on their bicycle. I realize that money is tight in Los Alamitos at this time, yet, as before, maybe grant money is available through other means if the safety of children is at stake. In closing, please do not consider adding anything that would bring more traffic onto Farquhar Avenue. This street was never meant to be a secondary highway. Another lane will only increase traffic and increase danger and pollution to residents that border and live on this street. Please find another way to decrease the cut-through traffic flow onto Farquhar Avenue. I am certain that no one on this council would be happy living next to a street that adds pollution and danger to their everyday life. I thank you.
Great. Thank you, Pat. Next card I got here is Roger Ho.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here to deliver a demand letter on behalf of Councilmember Kusamoto. I'm an attorney representing Mr. Kusamoto. Before submitting it, I'd just like to read it into the minutes of this meeting. It's addressed specifically to Mayor Edgar. Dear Mayor Edgar, this letter is being written to you on behalf of Warren Kusamoto, Los Alamitos City Council member. Addressed herein for Mr. Kusamoto is the special City Council meeting that was held on December 8th, 2011. As further discussed below in this letter, there is strong reason to believe that this meeting was held in violation of California Government Code, sections 54950 et sec, also known as the Ralph M. Brown Act. Under the Brown Act, quote-unquote, meetings of any legislative body, such as the Los Alamitos City Council, must be conducted or attended by at least a majority, i.e. a quorum, of that body's membership. See Government Code section 54952.2 subsection A. Legislative body meetings by teleconference may be done pursuant to the provisions of Government Code section 54953 subsection B. Under said statute, teleconference meeting must have 1, all members of the legislative body present at one of the teleconferencing locations. 2, an agenda posted at all such locations. And 3, members of the public permitted to be present at, i.e. have access to, any of the locations. The Los Alamitos City Council is comprised of 5 total members. Pursuant to the minutes of the City Council of the City of Los Alamitos for December 8, 2011, there are 3 members of the City Council who claim present at the notice special meeting on the aforesaid date, December 8, 2011. Kenneth Stevens, Marilyn Poe, and you, Troy Edgar. The other 2 members of the Los Alamitos City Council, Mr. Kusamoto and Jerry Graham-Mejia, were absent. While you, Mayor Edgar, and Mr. Stevens appear to have been physically present at this December 8th meeting of the City Council, Ms. Poe's quote-unquote attendance was by telephone from someplace in Crystal Lake, Illinois. Given the above-mentioned requirements of Government Code Section 54953 subsection B, the telephonic appearance by Ms. Poe at the December 8th City Council meeting was clearly invalid. Because Ms. Poe's attendance was invalid, there were actually only 2 council members at the December 8th meeting. Since 2 members is less than a majority of the Los Alamitos City Council, the notice City Council meeting, which took place on December 8th, failed to comply with and thus violated the Brown Act. Because the December 8th meeting was unlawful, all votes and actions that were therein taken by you, Mr. Stevens and Ms. Poe, are invalid or legally unsustainable. In light of this, Mr. Kusamoto herein demands that December 8th meeting be renoticed and reconvened with a majority of the City Council, and that all actions that were therein proposed be voted on again. Should you, Mr. Stevens and Ms. Poe, fail to agree to this demand within 30 days of the date of this letter, Mr. Kusamoto will pursue all other remedies that are available to him, including those listed in the January 17, 2012 memorandum from the City Council, from the City Attorney, Sandra J. Levin, to the City Council. All right, thank you.
Great. So, Mr. Ho, so have you been engaged for this item? Are you're Councilmember Kusamoto's lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. So anticipating that something like this would happen, we just got out of closed session and actually reevaluated this issue, had a quorum, and voted. So this item has been cured. So we'll go ahead and take your letter, but there's really no further action on this. I appreciate you coming, though. Thank you. Any other public comment?
Good evening, Richard Murphy. I'd like to speak on 10D and speak against the idea that it's going to take a majority to put something on the agenda. 4 of you have been in the minority on this council. Mr. Stevens, I don't believe, has ever really had to suffer through that. But how would a person who's the only voice get anything on the agenda? If you're outvoted 4-1, you might have the greatest idea in the world, but yet you can't get it on the agenda. I see this as a very strong freedom of speech issue, and I think that this is the public forum where people should be able to speak to their council members and ask them to agendize items and have it discussed and reviewed by the staff, and then have a decision made. But to do anything that stops the freedom of speech of any member, I think is just wrong. I think the code of conduct itself is a great idea, but that one part of the issue, I just wish you could avoid. Thank you.
Red, if you'd like, when we get to this item, if there's anything else that you want to add, or maybe you're not going to stick around for it, but what I'd like to do is I'm going to have the city attorney talk to your question when we get to 10D, if that's okay. Yeah. Any other comments?
Good evening. My name is Art DeBolt. I'm a resident of Los Alamitos. I'm here to speak on it's an agenda item, but I'm not going to be able to stay for it. It's regarding the affirmation and reaward of the trash contract and the amendment to the trash ordinance. And the purpose of my being here primarily is to, I guess, respond to some of the, I'll call it the half-truths that the public have been subjected to over the course of this trash discussion and on through until we are to the present. And it has to do with the $650,000, I'll call it an overcharge. Actually, it's the amount that we're paying over and above what we would have paid had you awarded the trash contract to the lowest responsible bidder. For some reason, and I call it a half-truth, it's because the council has been focused on the residential rates and seem to be consistently neglecting the other half of the contract, or the other portion of the contract, and that has to do with the commercial rates. And when I say commercial rates, I mean for the dumpsters, the blue bins that you see in the alleys, behind our commercial buildings, behind the apartment complexes, behind the businesses. For those of you, Madam Poe and Mr. Stevens, you were on the ad hoc committee. You should know, or you do know full well, that those bins under the present contract, the ratepayers are paying approximately $60 a month more than the lowest responsible bidder, and that there are approximately 800 of those bins in service. So when you take that $60 a month and you carry it out, you're going to approximate the $650,000 per year that is an overpayment, or I'll call it even a tax, on our businesses, on the commercial ratepayers, and those that have the blue dumpsters in the city. And that's where that number comes from. And so you have the businesses not necessarily even subsidizing. They're not subsidizing the rates. Had you accepted the lowest responsible bid, which was in this case from Athens Disposal, not only would the residential rates that are now at $12.20 per month, for us on our residential cards, it would have been $11.76, slightly less, but nonetheless less than CDS. And in the commercial rates, instead of paying the current $117 a month that our businesses pay, that our commercial owners pay, and apartment owners pay, instead of paying $117 a month, they'd be paying approximately $57 per month. So where is that? And I guess that begs the question, why? Why? Why the difference from otherwise responsible bidders? At least it said they were all qualified. Athens, the largest private hauler in LA County. CR&R, the largest private hauler in Orange County that does Rossmore, Stanton, and other cities out here. And Rainbow Disposal, one of the largest in the county that does Huntington Beach and Fountain Valley, all deemed to be by you evidently not capable of providing the service to Los Alamitos, one of the second smallest city in the county. A lot of why questions there. And also, as you're reaching back 2 years, which is fine, all the bids are good for 2 years according to the RFP, so we're reaching back 2 years to affirm and re-award. I guess if you're going to reach back into the RFP 2 years to justify a re-award of a contract or an affirmation of an existing one, I would imagine all of the provisions of the RFP are still in effect. One of which, interestingly enough, is a code of conduct. You're going to be talking about a code of conduct later on tonight. Well, there is a code of conduct in the RFP contract. And in that it says that the council members and the proposers shall refrain from either giving or accepting gifts the council members shall refrain from accepting gifts or avoiding contact with any of the proposers. Well, just recently, right before you're re-awarding this and affirming, Mr. Edgar has accepted a $250 gift to his political campaign from a Russell Dix, an employee of Republic. I believe he either was or is the general manager for Consolidated, but nonetheless, he is a employee of Republic Services. And I guess since you're using Republic's financial statements to justify the re-award of the contract, I think that you're in breach of that code of conduct.
Great. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. DeBoll. Have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments?
Wait a minute, that's mine. That's mine right here. I left it up there. That's okay, go ahead.
J.M. Ivler, resident of Los Alamitos. Rules. You just can't seem to follow them. So this city council wants to make a Brown Act violation the great criminal offense of Los Alamitos. Well, those in glass houses should be sure of what they do before they throw stones. Do you remember the vote for mayor and mayor pro tem? It was agenda item 10A on 12/19/11. Remember me standing in the back of the room? Remember on the agenda item I wanted to speak, but you didn't allow for comments before the votes? Amazingly enough, Mayor Stevens and then Mayor Edgar violated California Code Section 54954.3A. For every item on the agenda, there's an opportunity for public comment. On item 10A, there was no public comment request from Mayor Stevens prior to the vote for mayor, or then from Mayor Edgar prior to the vote for mayor pro tem. And there was at least one person who was recognized after the vote as wanting to speak on the agenda item. I would like to hold council members Egger and Stevens responsible for their violations of California Code Section 54954.3a. Do you remember the December 5th meeting? You remember the closed session that lasted 2 hours? Well, there were only 2 council members present in the municipality at the closed session. That is not a quorum according to Section 609 of the City Charter. Mr. Egger has stated that Ms. Post attended by phone. 2 problems with this. First, there was no public notice that she'd be attending by phone, a violation of California Code Section 54953B3. The second was a violation of 54953B3, since a quorum of members must be in the jurisdiction of the City Council. See City Charter Section 609 once again for the definition of a quorum. California Code Section 54957.7 is all about closed sessions. Part B is all about announcing actions out of closed sessions, like you did tonight. One would think that a closed session on the citizens' litigation would be where an action out of session was that an impasse was reached in negotiations. Unfortunately, the January 23, 2012 session had nothing to do with the citizens' litigation. Yet there, Mr. Egger announced that negotiations had reached an impasse. So, either 54957.7b was violated in the prior closed session regarding citizens' litigation, or Mr. Egger is already king and didn't need to present the City Council with the information before he took it upon himself to determine that negotiations were at an impasse. So we have 2 clear violations of California Code Section 54954.3a, one against Mr. Egger and one Mr. Stevens. We have California Code Section 54954.3b, 3 violations against Mr. Egger, Mrs. Poe, and Mr. Stevens, and California Code Section 54957.7b against Mr. Egger. I don't think there's any question on the California Code Section 54954.3a. We need only go to the meeting minutes or the video. But I'd appreciate it if one of our council members would request the city attorney to investigate these heinous Brown Act violations and confirm them so we can send them off to the grand jury for criminal prosecution. The report and her review of the options should be done on the next city council agenda in such a way so that the affected parties can appropriately recuse themselves from participation, just like Mr. Kuzumoto did. I point out that 54954.3a violations were also violations of Los Alamitos City Charter 610 and the Los Alamitos Municipal Code 204170A, which states that each person wishing to address the council has 3 minutes to do so when the agenda item is being addressed. Standard procedure to accomplish this in the City Council, as shown in the meeting minutes of 12/19/11, is for the presiding officer to open the floor for public comments, generally before the discussion of the council members on the agenda item. I would like to know who enforces compliance of Los Alamitos Municipal Code so I can file the complaint of the violation with the appropriate party. Are there any more stones? There should be. I only went back a bit over 60 days so far and attempted not to duplicate other violations that have already been brought to light. To restate my opening comment, before picking up stones, one should make sure they are not in a glass house. Thank you very much for your time.
Great, thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close it. Move on to register of major expenditures. Do you have a motion?
Make a motion to move it.
All right. Get a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Graham-Mejia.
Aye.
Councilmember Kusumoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevens.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Poe.
Aye.
Mayor Edgar.
Aye. We're going to move next to the consent calendar, Section 8. All consent calendar items can be acted upon by one motion unless the council member requests separate action on a specific item. Anybody like to pull any of the consent calendar items?
Very quickly, just pull item A, meeting minutes.
Sure. Thank you, Jerry. Anybody else?
Make a motion to remove the remainder.
Okay. Do I get a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And no opposed. 8A, approval of minutes. Jerry.
Yes, I just like stated for the record, Wendy, as I do, that the action minutes don't give a clear depiction for future councils or the community should they be interested in the items that we're discussing. And it's a disservice to our community. I believe that we need to go back to summary minutes to give a true and clear view of what was going on in the meetings for not only historical purposes, but for any other purposes that would be need be. And it's back to you, Mayor.
Great. Do you want to go ahead and move that?
Mayor, I have a comment.
Sure.
If I
Yeah,
may.
please.
So on the actual reading of the ordinance, and I do thank the city attorney for indulging me in reading it. When it is not read correctly, does it then invalidate the reading, the first reading of the ordinance? Because you did misread the ordinance.
Just so everybody's clear, so what we're talking about still is the meeting minutes. We're talking about the meeting where we approved the trash contract, or I'm sorry, the municipal code fix. Is that correct? Just so that we can bring the public up to speed.
Sure. In the meeting minutes is the first reading of the new ordinance for the cleaning up of the purchasing code, right?
Okay, so that is the February 6th.
So it's just a real simple question. It has to be read correctly. And if it is not read correctly, then I would think that you'd have to send it back for corrections and rereading, and we'd be back at a first reading at the next meeting.
Well, two issues there. One, no, you only have to read it at adoption. So the issue is it either gets waived or read again tonight, and that would cure any problem there may have been. But also, I don't know what, because you haven't told me previously, I don't know what error I made in reading it. I attempted to read it correctly. I'm sorry if I didn't. If there was an error, it may have been a material error, it may have been a minor error, and I really don't know until somebody tells me. I hope I didn't leave out a whole paragraph or something. Presumably you would have told me if I had done that as it was happening.
Okay, because I had to go back and watch the video to ensure that it was incorrect. So with that said, I think we can wait till we get to the ordinance and the reading, then I can point out the error. Okay?
Okay,
With
great. Can I get a motion to move that item?
I'll move it.
Second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. Next item, we're on to ordinance. Item 9A, second reading of ordinance 12-01, service contracts and award franchise agreement for solid waste collection services. City manager or city attorney?
This is second reading of the ordinance that amends the code to clarify regarding the award of service contracts, and in particular waste hauling service contracts, and reaffirms and reawards the waste hauling franchise.
Okay, great. So it appears that we're going to have some approach on this, Warren. I'm going to let you go first since you kind of started down that path.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the I found the reading of the ordinance out loud certainly helpful. It clarified my understanding of this, no matter how many times I've read this. So where I'm pointing to where you made the error is on page 3 of 5 of the ordinance. Section 4. Do you see where it is?
I see section 4.
Affirmation, if you read on code and sate.
It's just a typo. The word
see.
state is missing a T. I probably read it as state law, which is the correct reading. Typographical errors are specifically exempted under state law
Thank you.
from needing any
Thank you. Okay.
reintroduction of an ordinance.
That's all I have.
Okay, great. Bring it back. Councilmember Mejia?
Yeah, I just have a quick question.
Sure.
It's something that Mr. Eivler just said. I was wondering, because I wasn't part of the meetings for the closed sessions with regards to the lawsuit for the trash. When was the mayor made the representative for the negotiations? Could I find out what meeting that was?
First of all, I would have to look back to figure it out, but second of all, that's closed session discussion, and we don't normally talk about that in public.
Well, he brought it up in open session, I believe on the 17th, and spoke about how he was the representative in the negotiations. So it has now been made public, and I would like an answer with regards to when he was made the representative. Since the issues that I discussed with you in the back with regards to information, I'd like to have this answered in open session if I could.
So
Here's something simple. If we could just find out, when did the negotiations begin? That might give us an idea of when, what meeting it was where he was made the representative for the negotiations.
Question. I mean, so what we're talking about is items that we talked about in closed session. Are we going and opening up closed session to waive privilege to start talking about this, or are we going to stay focused on the ordinance, or what leeway do we have here?
Yes, you would be talking about what happened in closed session. No, you are not legally required to talk about those items outside of closed session, and it would require a waiver by the majority of the council for me to talk about that.
Even if it was discussed from the dais by Mr. Edgar at the last meeting? I'm sorry, it would be the meeting of the 17th. I apologize.
I'm not going to debate at the dais what happened in closed session or who said what.
I'm asking what the law states.
This is an ordinance. It has nothing.
It's a question regarding this, and since I need to have my questions answered so I'm informed, I'm asking, when did we start the negotiations? He's already brought it up from the dais, so in that case, he's guilty of a Brown Act violation is what you're saying.
I'll tell you what we're going to do.
No, I'd like my question answered,
Just hold on
Mayor.
just a second. She's clearly said she can't tell you right off the bat, so let's write down the question and we'll just keep going. So do you got any other questions?
Yeah. If he was designated as the representative to do the negotiations for the city, when was it reported out?
That's not a reportable action under the Brown Act.
So we don't have to inform the people of the community who's in charge of the negotiations. That's just something that stays in closed session.
Absolutely. Almost everything relating to negotiations stays in closed session.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
Okay. Councilmember Stevens.
I have nothing on this.
Mayor Pro Tem Poe.
I would like to make a motion. I'm on number one. I'm going to not ask to waive the reading in full. I'm going to ask that it be read in full.
Sure.
And then number two, in the reading of it, number two says Mayor Edgar read the title of ordinance number 12-01 entitled. Well, that will be read in item number one. And then number three, adopt ordinance number 12-01 by roll call vote.
Okay, so in fairness to Councilmember Mejia, I'm going to put out, she has one open question before we go into this. Do we want to, I'm just going to ask for a vote up here, do we want to stop this to find the answer to the question? Does anybody feel that that's relevant? I just want to give her an opportunity to get that if she needs it. So I'm going to just ask, is there a motion on the floor to stop this meeting and come back?
And go to closed session, you mean?
I don't think we're going to closed session. I think that we're waiting for, we'd have the city attorney answer the one question, which is when was the date that we went into negotiations with a settlement. I think that was the specific question.
Well, there was an additional question, too. I thought we were going to have a second round of addressing it. I brought this up way before we awarded the contract. We have, I believe, a violation, and as Mr. Eibler said, with regards to when we put the RFP out, the bidders for the contract were required to give financials as part of the factoring to tell whether or not they were the best deal for the city.
Larry, you're asking for a lot of leeway. I've stopped this because I wanted to make sure you got your question answered. Now you're adding more. So just, for that question.
So I can't ask any questions then?
We were getting ready to make a vote here. I'm trying to show you the courtesy. You had an open question.
And I appreciate that. I thought we were going to readdress it, so I held back for the second round. All I'm asking is that, are we putting ourselves at risk moving forward with this, being that The financials that were used for CDS were not their own, they were Republic's.
Okay, so at this point, we've got a motion on the floor and a second. Any other comments other than what's already been said? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anybody oppose?
No.
No.
Okay. So I guess we need to read this into the record, and City Attorney can ask you to do that.
All right, and please stop me if I make a mistake. Ordinance number 12-01, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Los Alamitos, California, amending sections 8.12.015 and 2.60.130 of the Municipal Code, adding section 2.60.140 to the Municipal Code, and reaffirming and reawarding existing franchises. Whereas the purchasing ordinance of the Los Alamitos Municipal Code is currently silent with regard to procedures for the award of services contracts generally, and whereas the city has historically awarded services contracts based upon multiple factors, including demonstrated competence, qualifications, and suitability for the project in general, and not based solely on cost. And whereas, except in rare circumstances, state law allows for flexibility in the award of services contracts, including allowing for award based upon such factors as demonstrated competence, qualifications, and suitability for the project in general. And whereas the vast majority of cities in California permit the award there's a missing of, services contracts based upon as demonstrated competence, qualifications, and suitability for the project in general, as well as cost. And whereas the reference to the, quote, professional services non-public project formal bidding provisions of Chapter 2.60, close quote, contained in Section 8.12.015 of the Waste Ordinance has caused considerable debate, disruption, and expense to the city. And whereas the city wishes to eliminate any ambiguity or continuing dispute with regard to the procedure for award of waste franchise agreements and services agreements in general, and to ensure that services contracts may be awarded based upon such factors as demonstrated competence, qualifications, and suitability for the project in general, as well as cost. And whereas this ordinance is not intended to be a change in policy, but is rather declarative of existing policy and practice, and is intended to clarify the language of the municipal code so as to conform to and continue to give effect to the existing policies, practices, and intent. And whereas the city finds and concludes that the existing franchise was awarded in a manner consistent with the policies, practices, and intent expressed herein, and in substantial compliance with the provisions of proposed section 2.60.140 of this ordinance, and provides significant benefit to the community, and wishes to ratify, affirm, approve, and reaward the franchise pursuant to its authority under state law. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Los Alamitos does ordain as follows. Section 1, Municipal Code Amendment. Section 8.12.015 of the Municipal Code is hereby amended to read as follows. 8.12.015, Grant of Franchise, Contract, Permit, or License. In order to protect public health, safety, and well-being, to control the spread of vectors, and to limit sources of air pollution, noise, and traffic within the city, the City Council, by resolution referring to the solid waste enterprise by name, may grant a franchise, contract, permit, or license to one or more solid waste enterprises to make arrangements with generators of solid waste, including recyclable solid wastes, green waste, construction and demolition waste, for the collection, transfer, recycling, composting, and disposal of solid wastes within all or any part of the city in accordance with this chapter. Upon the expiration of any exclusive franchise, contract, permit, or license for the collection, transfer, recycling, composting, and/or disposal of solid wastes, the city shall issue a formal request for proposals for the provision of the services covered by the franchise, contract, permit, or license. The request for proposals shall be administered consistent with the non-public project formal bidding provisions for services set forth in Section 2.60.140 of this code, shall be sent to various qualified providers of solid waste services, and all proposals received shall be considered in the granting of a franchise, contract, permit, or license. In addition, and notwithstanding the provisions of Chapter 2.60, all proposals shall be submitted in hard copy, no electronic submissions, in a sealed envelope and shall be publicly opened at the same time. No exceptions to competitive bidding which may be provided for in Chapter 2.60 of this code shall be utilized, and no exclusive franchise contract, permit, or license shall be renewed or extended except following the formal request for proposals process described in this chapter. 1 minute. Section 2, Municipal Code Amendment. Section 2.60.130 of the Municipal Code is hereby amended to read as follows. 2.60.130, City Manager Purchasing Authority Informal Award of Non-Public Project Contracts. A, exemption for personal, professional, and consulting services. Except as provided in this section and Section 2.60.140, contracts involving the acquisition of personal, professional, consulting, or other services shall not be subject to the terms of this chapter. Section B, City Manager authority to contract for personal, professional, and consulting services. The City Manager is authorized to contract for personal, professional, and consulting services and to purchase equipment and supplies pursuant to this chapter without prior approval of the City Council when the amount of the contract is less than $10,000, and there exists an unencumbered amount in the fund account against which the expense is to be charged at least equal to the contract cost. Section 3, Municipal Code Amendment. Section 2.60.140 is hereby added to the Municipal Code to provide as follows. 2.60.140, City Council review, formal award of non-public project service contracts. A, personal, professional, and consulting services. The city shall review and approve the scope of services prepared.
It says the City Council.
Thank you. The City Council shall review and approve the scope of services prepared for every personal, professional, or consulting services contract of more than $10,000. Contracts for personal, professional, or consulting services shall be awarded to the contractor who will best serve the interests of the city, taking into account the demonstrated competence, qualifications, and suitability for the project in general. The city may consider the cost of personal, professional, or consulting services if the authorized contracting party, i.e. the City Council or City Manager as applicable, determines it to be a relevant factor under the circumstances. B, procedure. Except as provided by ordinance prior to the award pursuant to this section of a contract for services in which cost is to be considered as a factor, a notice inviting bids or request for proposals shall be given to various qualified providers, and all proposals received shall be considered. If the director of the using department certifies that, to the best of his or her knowledge, the service can be obtained only from one vendor or contractor and that no equivalent services are available, the notice inviting formal bids or request for proposals may be sent exclusively to such vendor or contractor. Award of the contract shall be by formal motion, resolution, or ordinance of the City Council within 24 months of receipt of bids. C, proposals and awards in substantial compliance. Proposals received pursuant to a request for proposals process in substantial compliance with the provisions of Section 2.60.140 of this code may be considered by the city and may be the basis for a contract award. Section 4, affirmation and reaward. Pursuant to the city's authority under this code and state law, including but not limited to Article 11, Section 7 of the California Constitution and Public Resources Code Section 40059, and notwithstanding any provisions of Sections 8.12.015 or 2.60.030 of this code to the contrary. 1, all proposals received within 24 months prior to the effective date of this ordinance pursuant to a request for proposals process in substantial compliance with the provisions of Section 2.60.140 of this code may be considered by the city and may be the basis for a contract award. 2, the franchises and contracts approved or awarded within 24 months prior to the effective date of this ordinance for the collection, transfer, recycling, composting, and disposal of solid waste for the city are hereby ratified, affirmed, approved, and reawarded effective as of the stated effective date of said franchises and contracts. Any other franchise or contract approved or awarded within 24 months prior to the effective date of this ordinance in substantial compliance with the provisions of Section 2.60.140 of this code may be ratified, affirmed, approved, and reawarded by the city, effective as of the originally stated effective date of said franchise or contract. 3, for purposes of this Section 4, any failure to comply with the provisions of any other section of this ordinance or Chapter 2.60 shall not constitute noncompliance with Section 2.60.140 or Section 8.12.015. Section 5, severability. The provisions of this ordinance are declared to be severable, and if any section, sentence, clause, or phrase of this ordinance shall for any reason be held to be invalid or unconstitutional, such decision shall not affect the validity of the remaining sections, sentences, clause, and phrases of this ordinance, but they shall remain in effect. It being the legislative intent that this ordinance shall stand notwithstanding the invalidity of any part. Section 6, inconsistent provisions. Any provision of the Los Alamitos Municipal Code or appendices thereto inconsistent with the provisions of this ordinance, to the extent of such inconsistencies and no further, is hereby repealed or modified to the extent necessary to affect the provisions of this ordinance. Section 7, certification. The city clerk shall certify as to the passage and adoption of this ordinance, and shall cause a summary thereof to be published within 15 days of the adoption, and shall post a certified copy of this ordinance, including the vote for and against the same, in the office of the city clerk in accordance with Government Code Section 36933. Passed and approved and adopted this 21st day of February 2012, and with the signature space for the mayor.
As a point of order, under the recommendations, it also says to adopt the ordinance by roll call vote. Should we?
We should revote and do it by roll call.
Do that. So reconsider that. Do we have to unwind the other vote, or do we just go ahead and go right into the roll call?
You can just take the motion that was previously on the table and vote on it again.
Okay. Wendy, can I ask you to do the roll call?
Councilmember Graham-Mejia,
No, and I'd like it noted for the record, the items I brought up earlier with regards to Consolidated using their parent company's financials, I believe disqualifies them.
Councilmember Kusamoto,
No.
Councilmember Stevens,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Poe,
Yes.
Mayor Edgar.
Yes. Alrighty, so we're going to move on to item 10, discussion items, increasing 7-member planning commission. City manager.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, during a previous meeting, council had requested a report on increasing the size of the 7-member planning commission. The item originated from a recent recruitment of commissioners where we had applicants that outnumbered the vacancies. The commission size is delineated by our municipal code, so this would be a municipal code change. And the task that we would take to do that would be the council assigning the task tonight. Staff report would be drafted, ordinance would be drafted, reviewed by the city attorney, item agendized by the city manager, and then council would take the first action on the ordinance. Then at their next meeting, they would take the second reading of the ordinance. We would have some posting and publishing in between there, and then the ordinance would be effective 30 days following the second reading of the ordinance. And with that, staff is recommending that you review and discuss the idea of increasing the planning commission, and then instruct staff and the city attorney accordingly.
Great, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and bring it back, Councilmember Mejia.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I believe what I asked for is, initially I said the Planning Commission, but so that we don't have to readdress this in the future, I asked if maybe what we could do is give ourselves the flexibility where we put into the document anywhere from 5 to 9 at the decision of the council. So it wouldn't be just for this, it would have been for any of the commissions. That way we don't have to go back and readdress it should we have 9 people who want to be on the Parks and Rec Commission. I think that if we're really entertaining this, that we should address it as a whole as opposed to piecemeal so that we don't have to readdress it in the future. And anytime we have people who are interested in serving and we have the opportunity to give them a chance, I just don't see a problem with doing that. I don't think the cost of a couple more agendas is going to be substantial. I don't think having a couple more people at the Christmas party for the commissioners is going to be all that much, and some don't show up, so I think it would work out to be about the same. I just think that this is a good thing. It says to the community members, Richard Murphy is one of the ones who applied and was not appointed, that we care and we want them to be involved, and this is an opportunity to do that.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Stevens.
Well, we definitely want everybody in the community to be involved in all of our commissions, but I think we run up against a situation where we don't have a lot of people applying for them either. Now, Councilmember Mejia brought up she wanted the commissions anywhere between 5 to 9, and as far as members on it, and I'm trying to figure out how that would work when you don't have a lot of people applying for them to start off with, and how much if we do it in a broad scope, then who's going to determine which commission's going to have 9 or 7 or 5 on it, as opposed to possibly narrowing it down? And I'm not suggesting we try to narrow it down tonight, but it's something that I think we have to narrow down the perimeters for each one of the commissions then if we are going to expand from what we do have.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tempo.
Yes. Well, it was very, very pleasing that we had so many absolutely wonderful people apply for the Planning Commission. And I understand Councilmember Mejia's thought on this. I also am very happy and want people to be involved in the community. But this is not the first time that we've had more applicants than positions. And in fact, most of the time, that's what happens. But then there's other times when we have to advertise more than once to even get a few to apply. So I think this was a bit of an anomaly here. And I think that 9 members is kind of unwieldy. I think the seven members for the Planning Commission is a good number. And we always tell the applicants when they come, we give them a letter if they're not selected and tell them, please, we're so happy that you were interested, and please remain interested. We certainly would like to consider you, and there's always openings. Well, not always, but there's terms, and there's opportunities when there are openings. So I think this was just one of those times when we had a few more than, and they were all so good. So I would really be not in favor of going to 9. As far as having this be a general item, I don't know. How many of the commissions are at 7?
All commissions are at 7 except the Cable Commission, and they're at 5.
5, right. And I know that at one time some of the commissions were at 5 and it was expanded to 7. I just think 7 is a good number, and I'm fine with keeping it the way it is.
Okay, great. Councilmember Kusamoto.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as I kind of thought about this issue, and of course the way it was written specific to planning, and I hearing Councilmember Graham-Mejia's intent, I'm tending to favor that, and for the following reasons. And I, in my personal case, I did apply to be on the Planning Commission, and I think at that time there were, 4 applicants for 2 positions, and I didn't get one of them. So had there been 9, I would probably be serving on the Planning Commission at this time, and not sitting up here. So I think that gives a good opportunity for the council, for the body here, to decide. So I guess I'll look at my colleagues. I believe that it doesn't mean that we have to appoint 9, but I think it gives us the flexibility so that if we have somebody who's interested and qualified, and I do understand Mayor Pro Tem Poe's concern about unwieldy, that I think would be certainly a concern. But my participation in the Traffic Commission with 7 of us, we weren't unwieldy. It was quite very congenial. We had certainly some good discussions. And certainly different viewpoints. And I would think that 9 versus 7 for the issues that would face a given commission would not be a unwieldy population. And that said, I don't believe that it would force us to have to appoint 9. I think it would give us the flexibility to appoint 9 if there were 9 qualified candidates. So with that, I'm liking this idea, and the way it's written, I think it's not proposed the way we would that I would envision it to be. So, but I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe there'll be a motion on this one. We'll see.
Great, thank you. I look at this issue kind of from 3 perspectives. The first one is what is the purpose of a commission when you start, and what is what this commission is supposed to do. There's what we're talking about here is the traffic planning and the cable TV, being able to say, hey, how many people are on this? I know this is to one commission specifically, but just a couple of years ago we were having the same problem, different perspective. We couldn't get enough people to fill, and we were having trouble with quorums, and we were having trouble even having enough business to put before these commissions. If you look at this, a planning commission right now, we're not doing a lot of planning projects. So, it's one of having a commission that's ready to be able to help. The biggest focus right now in the Planning Commission is the general plan update. And that's something that, and I'll just be consistent. When I voted to really, for my vote, my 1 of 5, to be able to keep the people on the Planning Commission that were there when their term expired, was to keep consistency in a significant learning curve of a project that's been going on for a year and a half in the Planning Commission to help the city get its general plan and its future scoped out. And the other part of this is the composite. A couple years ago when we evaluated this, the commissions to try to find out, what would be the right, and we were dealing with it back then, the mindset was, hey, we don't have enough people, it's hard to get a quorum, maybe we should have the commissions mirror the legislative body of the council. It's a 5-member council. It's potentially 5 members on the commissions. Some of the rationale with that had to do with that, when you think about this, we are a super small city. If you look next door at Cypress City Council is their planning commission, and they've got real planning that they're doing over there, and there's a lot of work, and they do a good job. But it's just, if you're looking at it as a case analysis, it just shows you there's a lot of different ways and leeway that you can go with these commissions. I do believe that the purpose of the commissions is to try to get more involvement in the city, but at the end of the day, it's the elected officials that are held accountable to do the business of the city, and the commissions are set up as a support structure through that process. I also think when you add more people to any sort of governing board, you got to think about the staff required to administer that board. So, when you got 5 people, we can keep people pretty busy on the council level. When you get down to 7, it gets more busy. I'm on the Orange County Sanitation District, over 24 people. It takes 9 people just to keep the board moving forward. And so I think, again, just using that principle, I think right now, this is definitely an item that was brought up to be put on the agenda. I'm for supporting keeping the things the way they are, and again, I think the commissions are doing great work, but I don't think that the formula at this point needs to be changed. I got to tell you, if there's one tune-up that I would see is I wish that we would be more consistent to have the composite of the commissions follow the legislative body structure of 5, because I think it just makes more sense. But those are my comments. Anybody want to take an action on this item?
I'd like to readdress it if we have a moment.
Please, go ahead, Councilmember Mejia.
I appreciate the input from the council, and obviously this goes back to, each of us has our own vote. I would like to lobby you one more time. You spoke about the general plan, and that was one of the reasons that I thought the 9-member council or commission would be better, because it's an enormous undertaking. And not only that, but these people have been on this commission, and we didn't move them around because, like the mayor said, it's a huge learning curve, but it would be nice to have an infusion of new ideas and new perspectives. And I think that's what these people who came forward would do, is they would give a new vision to something that may be getting just a little bit stale. And that's no put down to the commission. They're doing a great job. I just think that a new infusion of new ideas and new perspectives would really be what we're looking for the general plan. We're having many meetings. I believe there's one, Stephen, is it on the 17th, for the community to weigh in, and there's places, that's a place the commissions could go and have an active role. And the more commissioners we have, the more chance we have to people to go and show and really reach out to the community. It's kind of a personal thing. The more people on this commission, the more people that they know that are going to become involved in this, and that's really what we want. We don't want, just a small portion of the city kind of running the show and deciding how everything's going to look. We want involvement, and I think that's where this larger commission would go. I just have to disagree. Larger commission doesn't, I believe, make it harder for staff. As I said, it's a couple of more agendas, and I don't know that a single person could act on their own. The commission decides as a whole as to whether or not they want to take something forward. So not enough for a quorum, that's a perfect reason to have more people. The chances of having more people gives you a better chance, percentage-wise, of them being there and the quorum being filled. So the last thing I will say is the mayor said it's a super small city, and it is. And we are so very lucky that the people that came forward wanted to be involved and wanted to have a part to say that this is the way they would like to see the city go, and bring the voices of their neighbors and their friends. So we're very lucky to have the people who are interested, and I think to turn them away and no disrespect, just short-sighted. I think that we could always use more input, and I would not be in favor of reducing the commissions down to a group of 5. I think that defeats the purpose. And with that, I'll go ahead and pass it back to you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Stevens.
Actually, I guess I have a question for Mr. Mendoza. Are there pros and cons to this? I mean, you're dealing with the commissions all the time.
Well, there's cons in that the general plan has already had 4 meetings with the planning commission. That would be problematic, and adding someone to that mix now. They're very focused. They've had advice. They've met 4 times. We've had 4 at least 2-hour meetings on topics that they're continuing to address and will continue to address probably until October of this year. So that somewhat puts a curve in it, the consistency.
All right. And so if we did increase it to 9, then you're bringing other people up to speed during that period of time.
You compare it to your own body. When you're adding new members after an election, there's a learning curve. There's a coming up to speed. There's training. There's ethics training. There's a bit of a curve right now. If I were to give my opinion, the Planning Commission doesn't need that kind of curve. And I'm speaking about the Planning Commission.
Yes, and that's what I was confused a little bit, because this is specifically mentioning the Planning Commission, but yet we were talking about all the different commissions too. And so if we're going to stay on this agenda item, that it is specifically only the Planning Commission, then possibly at a later date we could bring in more information when it comes down to the Cable Commission or some of these other commissions that we do have, be it traffic or anything else. But right now, your expert opinion is that, wow, this would really throw a curve to it at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tempo.
Thank you. I agree that participation from the community is essential. I think it's kind of interesting. We've had 2 agenda items in the past 3 or 4 months where we were going to have surveys of the community, and those went nowhere. So it seems kind of picking and choosing what we want to go out there and have information from the community on. We have, I believe, 3 dates. Is that not right, Stephen? For the, for the general plan, for the community to come and look at the general plan, give their input. The first one, I believe, is March 8th. Is that correct?
Yes, March 8th, 17th, and 20th.
Right. And so I would say specifically maybe we would send a letter to each of the applicants that weren't appointed to the Planning Commission and personally invite them to come to any of those so that they are kept in the loop as to what is going on. But I think at this point, I'm not in favor of changing the makeup of the Planning Commission.
Okay. Councilmember Kusamoto, did you have any further comment?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, while I understand how new members might disrupt the existing body, and in this case, the example of the Planning Commission, I'm thinking if we look at this thing strategically, if we were to look at expanding and making it a variable commission, and I would dare say, Mayor, that it could be down to 5, up to 9, depending on the needs at the time and the quantity of applicants and qualified applicants. I would say that we can enact that for perhaps next year, that we look at it now and then plan for that for the next open, openings where we would look at, of course, the balance, right? It would be probably 4 this year and 5 the next year, so there'd be some continuity to the body up to, and then of course it'd be an odd number at all times. So, whereas I understand Mr. Mendoza's concern about disrupting the current body called the Planning Commission. I think that, again, to look at that opportunity when we have members of the community that are interested and we have no space for them, no seat at that table, I think if we have the latitude to appoint them, I think this is an opportunity to do that. And I'm not saying we have to do that now. nor that we have to change the composition of any of the commissions. But I just think that that makes sense to me, because I do understand that when we only have a few seats, that's kind of how I got on the Traffic Commission. There was only 2 of us, and there were 2 openings. So guess what? I got appointed. So I think that when we have in excess of the number of seats, if we have that latitude, that flexibility, we can decide up here if that makes sense, and so choose. And I think the other thing that we are trying to do is we are trying to appeal to the younger folks in our community, the post high school, post college, just getting started, which we do want to reach out to those folks. And this may be that opportunity as well, that if there were a larger body and not the fear of not having a quorum because one of the members could not make it, that would, I think, enable us to have enable that body to have a quorum such that they can still conduct the business of the city. But anyways, I understand the sentiment, I understand the fear, I'm not disagreeing with that. I just think that strategically we might look at it a different way and plan for a longer term on this one. But back to you, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Okay. What I'd like to do is I'd like to open this up to public comment unless any other council members want to add anything else to this.
No.
Okay. Anybody in the public want to make comments on this? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close that off. Okay, so it seems like we're a little bit all over the place on this. I think, one comment I guess I would have, Councilmember Kusumoto, is, sometimes we can only have 7 people fill, and we get a bunch of people. I would call the Richard Murphy, is a good problem where we got more people that, and it's somebody we want somewhere. I also say that look, it's a job interview, and sometimes you're good for the job, and sometimes you're not, even though your heart's there and you want to do it. I've also sat up here and was glad that we were only appointing 2 of the 5 or 6 people that were looking, because we wanted the best person for the job, and that sends a message that either study and get ready for the interviews or try to apply your talent somewhere else. So I can see both sides of that. I guess at this point I don't really have any further comments, and I guess I would just see what the pleasure of the council would be on this one. If I don't...
just table this.
I would entertain if we want to go ahead and table it and to leave it out there to bring it back, as Councilmember Kusumoto
I'll make a
talked
motion
about.
to table this.
Okay, I'll second that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, no opposition. Or did...
No, I'd like to address it tonight, so, but
Oh,
thank
so
you
no.
for, thank
Okay.
you for at least considering it for the future.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Next item on the agenda here is 9B. 10B. Conceptual consideration of business and residential improvement program. City Manager.
I'm going to turn this right over to Stephen Mendoza to present this.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, this report and corresponding PowerPoint presentation introduces the Business and Residential Improvement Program, which was requested during a previous council meeting. Tonight, we're introducing this for conceptual consideration and discussion. In today's business climate, as you heard earlier in the budget presentation, Orange County home prices are at 2003 levels. Unemployment rate remains at 7.8% in Orange County, and the construction industry is in need of a boost. In Los Alamitos alone, there's 95 local construction-related firms, from lighting stores, hardware stores, flooring stores, plumbers, electricians, contractors, windows, you name it. They're all around. You just have to look a little hard and you see them. But 95 current business licenses in those categories. In response to the economy, there's a desire to incentivize local investment. We must maintain and improve Los Alamitos properties. Some of them are 50, 60, 70 years old. When business prospers, the city prospers. These thoughts have led to the development of the Business and Residential Improvement Program. This program incentivizes reinvestment by rebating permit fees, and I'll explain that. This program has 2 components, really. The first component is that it rebates permit fees for improving your property. The second part of the second component of the program is that it incentivizes local purchasing. And I'll explain a little further. You come in and get a building permit or a planning permit, conditional use permit, signage review, or a site plan review to build a new building, or you come in to get a driveway permit fees, this program would rebate those fees. And then it rebates the fees equal to the amount you spend locally. And I'll give you an example, how it works. If a homeowner comes to the counter and pulls about a $2,500 remodel permit, it could be a homeowner, it could be a contractor for a business, it could be a business doing new equipment, the tenant improvements that some commercial businesses do before they go in. During construction, the contractor or the homeowner goes and spends some money at Ganal, some money at McNally, some money at South Coast Supplies. Let's say they spend $2,140 locally. And again, their permit came out to be $2,500. After their work was done on their home or their business, they would come to the city and collect $2,140 rebated to them. Now, you're probably asking, what kind of permits do we issue in our city? What's the regular occurrence of building permits? Last calendar year, and we're not talking fiscal year, last calendar year, over 80 commercial permits were issued, averaging $774 each. Some as high as McDonald's at $11,084. Now, McDonald's is an anomaly. They graded completely their building. They had a demolition permit and they had a construction permit. And then the smaller of the permits for commercial was $75 for window change out for a business. A single family residential permit in Los Alamitos, last year there were 178 of those issued. And those averaged $234. The highest was $2,065, and that was for the complete redo of a house on Midway. And then the lowest is the water heater, which is $30.50 to redo your water heater. Now, for multifamily, we didn't have that many permits. We had 23 permits issued in our city, and these averaged a little bit high at $433. And the highest one was $4,193 for the new fourplex over on Oak, which was constructed last year. And then the smaller one was $30.50. So that kind of portrays what kind of permits are issued in our city, the highs, the lows, and the averages. Now, for planning fees last year, we brought in $10,000, and driveway permits were $6,000 last year. Similar programs have been adopted in Orange County. As early as 2004, the city of Anaheim created a program that was renewed in later years. And then Corona adopted one in 2008 for about 2 months. In Old Town Orange, they adopted a program in 2007, and that was just for the Old Town area to incentivize some economic development. And as any of you have been there recently, you know that has worked. The city of Tustin was more aggressive. They developed a license fee waiver for both business permits and business license. They budgeted over, I think it was about $700,000, and all the money was used. And recently, the city of Mission Viejo in January adopted the Improve Don't Move program. They wanted people to reinvest in their homes instead of moving or deciding on other communities. So it incentivized some improvements to your home by giving free building permits. Now, we've incorporated some objectives into the program to incentivize property improvements. Let's give a reason for people to start spending money on their homes. And again, businesses as well. I don't want to say that this is just for homes. This is for businesses as well. Reduce the cost of construction for someone. Reinvest in the local economy. Encourage local buying and maximize the recipients, making sure all this money doesn't go to one person building one building. Some of the program highlights that we've developed into the program is that the rebate fees are equal to the money spent at local retailers. Again, that is, your money is rebated based on the money you spent related to your improvements at our local retailers in Los Alamitos. That means the lumber your contractor spends at Ganal, the plumbing fixtures he buys at Ganal, the carpeting, if he were to finish his home with carpeting at one of our carpeting or tile stores. If they were to do pools or outdoor work, we have a pool business in town. We have South Coast Supply for landscaping. We have many businesses that we often doesn't come to the forefront of our mind where these monies could be spent. We're recommending that the program be active for 1 year from implementation and that all work be inspected in compliance with code. This isn't a forgiveness program. It's not to waive the requirements of getting a building permit. You would still have to have your contractor come to the counter, present the proper documentation. They still have to be a licensed contractor. And the program doesn't rebate fees paid at the counter and pass through to school agencies, sanitation districts, or utility companies. And many times we take fees at the counter that aren't our fees. We pass through to other agencies. We want to make sure that the public understands that we can't pass through and waive other agencies' fees. Eligible participants for such a program would be owners of properties located within Los Alamitos. Contractors are not eligible. It just doesn't mean this means we're not going to rebate the check to the contractor. The contractor's going to come to the counter to get your re-roof permit, but then your rebate is going to be mailed to your home to make sure the recipient is the homeowner, the property owner, or the person with a vested interest in Los Alamitos. But I don't want to confuse it. The contractors are going to be our selling point in the field. We're going to bring them in and educate them because they're the ones really going to sell this in the streets. Eligible participants include business owners, homeowners, apartment owners, and commercial property owners. That means the landlord that's doing tenant improvements to his business is eligible for this, or the business pulling the permit to do the improvements in a landlord's business. So we think we've got that covered. Staff and elected officials are not eligible for this program. Eligible improvements. Well, in the staff report, you're going to see a big list in different categories of mobile homes, apartments, and commercial. But it's, to summarize, it's re-roofing, room addition, equipment purchases in businesses. Many times they need electrical upgrades and other upgrades to get this kind of equipment, so they would be rebated their permit fees. The normal water heater, facade improvements, tenant improvements, window change-outs in buildings, and solar permits. Right now we have a really good rate for solar permits, but this would take it down to zero. Especially if your contractor spent some money at Ganal getting the electrical or upgrading the electrical panel for that, he would recover his permit fees of $250 easy. The buy local twist we placed on this because we wanted to encourage participants to purchase at local construction related businesses in our town. We've realized how many related businesses are actually in Los Alamitos, and we wanted to take advantage of that. And by incentivizing local purchases, we demonstrate our faith in our local businesses. It's another stamp of approval that we know you're there, we know you're struggling. And it also stimulates local sales tax. What's good for a business is good for the city and helps us pay for programmings and police and recreation programs. Now, the process for a contractor or a homeowner that comes to the counter would be that we issue the permit. The funds would be reserved. Just place it on an Excel spreadsheet. We reserve those monies based on your permit cost. The work is completed and inspected. Then the receipts from the local businesses are turned into us and verified. We want to make sure we're not receiving the same permits we received on another person 3 weeks ago. And then the rebate check is issued by the finance department. So we think we've created a simple process of checks and balances. Now, we've outlined a marketing program in your staff report that talks about using our standard website, social media, developing a program brochure, a kickoff letter from the mayor to all businesses and homeowners, or as wide as we want to do that. It gets expensive, but we can do all of that. Posters in businesses, just like we propose. Those businesses will be exposed to the program. It's similar to the posters you see for the Race on the Base inside businesses. Email blast using the Chamber of Commerce's email address, our business license database, our police database, and our recreation database. Our activity guide gives us an opportunity to advertise or put inserts in that. LATV gives us another opportunity. The News Enterprise, either through articles, our wonderful websites we have in the city, and then the banners that we can place in a couple of areas throughout the city as well. Now, what's the fiscal impact to such a program in our city? We're recommending that we fund this at 125% of what we issued last year. We think this is going to light a fire under some people to get some permits. So we want to make sure we're covering at least what we did last year plus 25% increase. And so that's why we're proposing the revenue at 125% plus the marketing budget of $2,810. The impact would be a budget amendment transferring $164,000 from the city's general fund reserve into the budget for this program. Now, the discussion we wanted to have tonight was the funding level, establishing a maximum rebate of $3,500 per property to make sure that this hits as many parties as possible. A start date of March 15th, we could kick this off, and a term of 1 year, and then discuss our marketing options if so noted. Now, I know I probably went through that a little fast. It's explained in greater detail in the staff report. If you'd like me to back up, I would be glad to. But I hope you have an understanding of what we're proposing on this program, and tonight's just a conceptual idea. This will be brought to the council in a formal adoption process at a future meeting, incorporating some of your comments tonight. And then it would give also the city attorney a chance to review and consider and give recommendations.
Thank you, City Attorney.
I could just add one thing to that. Because this is a citywide program and because it doesn't affect any of your properties because you're exempt from the program, there's no known conflict of interest because you're all subject to the public generally exception. It affects everybody in the same way. However, if anybody knows of someone who has a specific project who intends to avail themselves of this, or we get farther down the road and people start saying that to you and you learn that an immediate neighbor of yours has that kind of issue, then you need to come talk to me so that we can evaluate whether you have an interest that is different from the rest of the community based on some specific property or a specific application. Right now, there can't even be that because we're so conceptual in nature that we couldn't possibly know who would avail themselves of this proposal. But if you get down the road and you discover that there's someone, we get into more concrete details, and there's someone who's within 500 feet of a property you own or otherwise could impact your property, then you need to come talk to me and we'll sort through whether there's a conflict. Okay?
Great, thank you. So before I go ahead and open this up, this is a really exciting program, and it back in December when we made a switch, some of the initiatives that we laid out to try and get done in the year ahead is that we really wanted to take another pass at this downtown revitalization or economic development. Obviously, some of us were very supportive of that, and we hit a couple roadblocks in the way. So this is an alternative approach to try to stimulate the economy, and really instead of starting with structural change, reconfiguring streets, which we had a little bit of a conflict up here in trying to figure out was that the best way to start a revitalization project. I'm hoping that the council will feel that what this does is it puts together a very thought-through process to be able to incent local businesses, incent residents. We didn't want to be partial to business. We didn't want to be partial residents for everybody. And we also wanted to make sure that it incented people to not only do these projects, potentially putting a facelift on our city, but it also incented them to come down to our stores and spike our point of sale at our local stores here in the area. Behind this, actually, and more of the detail is we're also working with the Chamber of Commerce. At least I am already thinking through what I would like to do is to work with the Chamber of Commerce to be able to go through and provide that list of businesses as as the businesses that you can go to in Los Al in case you're not too sure. When you get to talking with staff about this stuff, it starts to get very exciting of what we can do. And again, I won't say this is downtown revitalization or economic development part 2, but it definitely is a way that maybe will be a little bit more sellable. The last part of the sales pitch, though, on this is something that I just want to pick up from our budget discussion earlier today when we started going through our mid-year review. We're doing really good financially. We're navigating the waters. We've had 4 years of great financial performance. We're building up an almost $8 million reserve. And it's time that we start focusing on how to. We've shown that we're conditioned and we don't spend more than we make. But we also don't want to be trying to build up the biggest reserve and not put it to the best use. What specifically we're asking for here for support on the council is to pull this money out of the special reserve or the fund reserve or our surplus. We're not asking through this process to be able to go through and say, hey, look, let's just suck it up and get rid of staff members, or let's buy less police cars or whatever. This is directly a program that to be able to move something forward. You'll see that there's caps on here that are very constructed in a way that we don't open this up to unlimited exposure to the city. If you go back, you see the maximum rebate of $3,500 is supposed to be an egalitarian way of trying to make sure we get as much value to as many people. But then if you kind of go back, the 164, some of these programs that have started in other cities catch on so fast that they end up being something that becomes a huge liability. And not that this might happen, but if too many people started doing this, getting involved. What we're really talking about here is augmenting the fees that are paid in our public works department, and basically paying that and then incenting the residents to then buy local and get your money back. So we're really giving the taxpayers back their money. But we're trying to do it in an orderly fashion. If it does catch on, it ends up being a big deal that we don't break the bank. So what we're asking out of the almost $8 million of reserve, we're asking for $164,000 to try economic and downtown revitalization part 2. And what I'd like to do is bring it back to the council, talk about it, open it up to public comment, and then we'll go from there. Who would like to go first up here? Councilmember Mejia.
I think it's a great idea when you can give back to the community. I agree that the reserve has grown beyond what it ever should have been, and that's really money that should go back into the community. While I like this idea, and I think that it's got potential, I think that we can hit a broader base. You got to figure the people who paid their taxes and that extra tax went into the reserve, all of them should be recipients. So my recommendation is, I think, simpler for a couple of reasons. I think that we reduce the utilities user tax and also the franchise fees by anywhere from 1% to 2%, wherever it's applicable, where we would meet the same level of funding. Even if we exceed it, I don't think it's that big a deal because, in essence, this is really the community's money anyways. The reason I think it's simpler is because when you talk about the process where the person comes in, they have their contractor do all the permit process, they go out into the community, we hope, and purchase from local businesses. They come back in and they get their application accepted and then they get their check. I think that's a lot of staff time. And I understand the intent behind this, and I think it's a great idea. I wouldn't even mind funding both if it's financially feasible. But I think that you run into a couple of problems. That's going to be a huge amount of staff time. How do you verify that the receipts are legitimate? And I'll give you an example. What if someone comes in, they have their permits drawn, they go out into the community, they buy the product, they go back and return it, they still keep their receipt, and they submit the receipt when in essence they went out after that to a business outside of the community, bought the product to do the improvement. There's no way we can really confirm whether or not that's happened. I just think that this is a good idea. I think it needs to be, go through the next 4 council members, but we need to see that there's the potential for this to be more controversial than, say, reducing the taxes, as we said we would do back years ago when we asked the residents to raise them to 6%. in addition to that, we're talking about the fees going up for water and for electricity. So the amount of money that the household pays, the city gets a percentage of that. So if the rates are going up and we're getting a larger percentage, maybe this money will just be nominal and it won't even be a big effect. I think that for right now, that would be my recommendation. It gives back to everybody. It gives back to the businesses. It gives back to the residents. Because right now, this idea, while it's good, it only benefits contractors, businesses that sell home improvement items, and then the residents who are going to be upgrading their homes. And I think that we need to have, like I said, a broader look at this and make sure that all of Los Alamitos, both residents and businesses, are benefits of this money going back into the community. Because as I said, they're the ones that have been taxed, so they should get that money back. And I'll go ahead and pass it on as we go through, Mayor, just like to readdress it, you know, if we're going to be talking about it. But that would be my thing, to make sure that everyone gets the benefit of this. Because, again, the money that they get back in their taxes, they could potentially spend in Los Alamitos. I am concerned we might hit a problem with people feeling discriminated against if they don't shop in Los Alamitos. And I understand the concept, and I think it's good. I just want to bring that concern up so that we can address it moving forward.
Okay, great. Thank you. Who would like to go next?
I'll go next.
Go ahead.
All right.
Councilmember.
I can understand Councilmember Mejia's concern too, and I also want to make sure that everybody's included in on this, both the residents and the businesses, and giving everyone an opportunity to follow the system, I guess, as far as pulling the plans as an incentive to upgrade their home or to fix the leaky roof that they've had for a long time that they've had to put up with, or change out a hot water heater like I saw on there too. And, you know, these are things that are concerning to everyone, especially with people not having jobs right now in many cases and just trying to rub two nickels together to make a dime. And then you have these, I'm going to call it a clear air turbulence, happen at your house, to whether it's a drain backing up or something that's going to cause a major construction. At least they have the security to know that the city is going to rebate back to them, you know, the amount of money to replace a main sewer line. No one knows when those are going to break, and a lot of the areas do have some very, very old lines that occasionally driving through the community, you're going to see front yards torn up where somebody, again, was caught off guard by this emergency for their family, and yeah, it takes money out of the household whenever you do it. So I look at it as an economic stimulus, really, a package for everyone, and you know, and it does incentivize people to shop within our community. And in many cases, we have more than just one provider of certain services within the community, and so they can shop around and get competitive bids on the products that they're going to be buying. And I always feel comfortable about buying within my community, and I do it as often as I can. In fact, I just realized that I buy gasoline almost 99% of the time right here in the city. And so these are the things, and I think we've got to get more and more people to think about. And going along with that, I think it also encourages people to make sure that they are doing the right construction, to make sure they're doing something that's safe. And that always concerned me too, when you hear that somebody added a room onto the house or enclosed a patio and possibly they didn't pull the permits out on it. How safe is it? How safe is it in a fire? You know, how safe is it as far as a structure goes? And I'm hoping that this will open the door for a little more communications back and forth to businesses as well as homeowners that please come in. You know, we want you to be able to do this and to have the safety that goes along with it too. And then to know that you will receive that money back. One of the questions I've got for Stephen is that now we're saying that this rebate process is for mainly product, correct? I'm going to give you a case scenario. What if I was going to, if I had a house, add a room onto it, and I had a contractor come out, draw up a bunch of plans, and charge me for drawing up the plans. I pulled the permits, and then at the last minute I said, you know what, I'm not going to follow through on this. Will we rebate for the plans?
The plans would have to have been purchased by an architect locally. I don't see why not. I can incorporate that into the rules and regulations if that's the wishes of the council tonight.
I don't know about the count, but in my case, I would like to see it, local, because again, sometimes the architectural drawings cost more than the construction on a few items.
Yeah, the pre-construction costs many times are the hindrance to doing business.
So
and permits are one of those pre-construction costs.
there you go. So as long as we include something like that into it too, that it's just not brick and mortar that we're talking about or excluded. I mean, do we want that part of it in there, or do we just want to do the rebating on the brick and mortar that's purchased within the city? I think that's something everybody up here is going to have to decide. That's all I have.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Kusamoto.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Stephen, so administering the program, how many labor hours do you think over the course of a year you would spend, you and finance? Because
Issuing a check, well, I'm at the counter anyways, giving planning approval for things that people need at the building permit. So when I stamp the plan, I'll be using that same time period to reserve their permit fees on a spreadsheet.
Okay.
That would probably take about a minute and a half.
Okay. And then
After, I wanted to explain the whole process.
Sure.
And then those monies would stay on that spreadsheet. And then the checking of when they came back, all their improvements were done on their house. When they came back for their rebate, probably take me about 20 to 30 minutes to review receipts. And it takes me about 7 minutes to fill out a form for the finance department to issue the check.
Okay.
So it's really not a lot of time the way we've designed it. We've designed it so it didn't have a lot of those problems. There may be the occasion where I need to make sure that that business is in town or recheck that receipt.
Okay. And then similar to what Council Member Graham-Mejia had said about switching receipts or taking material back. The other idea about invoices, do you pay on an invoice, or would you have to have confirmation that the invoice was actually paid so there would be no mechanics liens against the property by the actual material owner, right?
I would want to make sure that the product is in the home, and I have building inspectors that inspect the work of the home.
All right, very good. That's and then let's see. One of the things, have you thought about liability and risk? You kind of just maybe go into a small conference with your staff, and then you kind of say, what are the bad things that can happen? Have you done that?
Yeah, actually we did.
Okay.
We had a roundtable session, about 6 of us, thinking about how someone could use this.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, good. And one of the things I have to say, we talked about this back in, I think it was November, and not quite in this detail, but we were talking about how we can stimulate, and I was thinking, wow, this was a little bit more than what I had in mind. I was thinking more business-oriented, not residential. So I'm kind of glad to see that you kind of took it and ran, and so.
Well, one of the ideas was, you wonder how many people you can touch with the program. So waiving permit fees at the counter is one thing, but really making sure that the businesses have a local incentive for people to purchase that was another thing. So we thought of broadening the program without getting ourselves into a program that was difficult to manage.
Right. And then I think part of the liability and risk that I can see, much like the cash for clunkers, the car deal, when you run out of money, there's going to be some very unhappy people that might have pulled permits on the assumption they're going to get some rebates.
But the way we're reserving the funds right when they come to get the permit, if they didn't make it, they'd know right when they pulled the permit.
I see. You've already put a lien on the funds. I got you. Now, just doing the math real quick. So I had my phone out. I wasn't texting anybody. I was actually using a calculator. 164,000 divided by 3,500 it only comes out to 46 entities, businesses, or homes. taking your average of 281 permits from last year, dividing that into 164, it's an average of $584 of a rebate. So it's a good program, but I don't know. It seems like 46 people or 46 businesses are going to be very happy if they can pull it off in time.
If I can, let me go back to what the averages are. Average for single family was $234. The average for commercial was $774. It'll go to a little farther than that average calculation.
Yeah. But I just took the 3,500 worst case, right? Somebody has hits the trifecta and they have everything that they could possibly need, and it totals more than the permit, right? Then you've given this one person or one business $3,500 back. The other number I took was your 80, your 178, and your 23, right? Sum that up, divide that into 164. So on average, you'll have $584 back on average from that quantity of permits from last year. So if you're expecting the same amount of business, the average payout from that would be, for those, if all of us had qualifying rebates, less than $600. So while it's good, I do applaud you. I think it's really great thinking. I'm not sure that this is far enough right now, but it is some really good thought-provoking ideas. And like I said, we talked about how to stimulate businesses, and I think this goes beyond that, which is good. But I'm wondering, worst case, 46 businesses or people will be happy, and then there may be a lot more unhappy people because they showed up on, you put this into effect March 15th, and then they show up on April 15th, and it's all gone. It's all been allocated.
That gives me an opportunity to come back to City Council and request more funding.
Good. Yeah. Okay. All right. No other questions.
Or you can make the motion to increase the funding by 2 and allow us to make this a real program out of the chute. I was just trying to go as far as we could with trying to get everybody on board that we're actually spending surplus money to do it. But
okay.
Okay. Do you want to make a comment?
No.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead?
Okay. I have a question for you. I'm kind of familiar with most of the construction-type businesses. Do we have a concrete company in our community? We used to have Geller's Ready Mix, but there's houses there now.
I can't answer that. I didn't bring the list with me of all of them, but we do. We have lumber. We have so many opportunities.
I was just thinking in terms of driveways, got to have concrete, and a lot of that, so I hope that we have, and maybe that may be through Ganal.
Yeah, subcontractors.
Okay. I think this is just wonderful. I think it's very well thought out, and I think that given the fact that the majority, now granted, there's been a lot of houses that have been knocked down and then many mansions have been built up, but the majority of the homes in this community are 20 plus years. And so, there's a lot of people I think, want to take advantage of this. Anytime that we can help people in the community to improve our community. I was wondering if you're going to be getting those sales receipts, there might be a way to track, add up the sales tax just to see how much sales tax came back into the community. I think that'd be interesting to know, so that would be another area that we would want to look at if it was so successful and we felt like we want to extend it again. Mm-hmm. That would be another data point. Mm-hmm. I appreciate Jerry's comment about the utility tax. I've always been in favor of reducing the utility tax in some fashion if there's a time when we can do it. We actually did reduce it. I can't remember what year it was, 2000, 2002 maybe. We reduced it to 4.5% on the electric. It was when the electric bills, the electricity service was deregulated, and people's rates were just going out sky high. And we did lower it on that. But the utility user fee has always been 6%. There was never a vote to raise it. It was always been that. We did vote to reaffirm it at 6%. Then we had that at 4.5% for a while, for a couple, 2 or 3 years. And then we decided when the decision was to buy Laurel Park that the 1.5%, we'd let it go back up, and that would be would go toward the purchase of Laurel Park. So I think the utility user fee is another animal that we certainly should look at and address, especially as has been said, when we've got water bills going up, the rates, electricity, most of the utilities are going up. So I'm all in favor of giving everyone in the community a break. So I think that's a different discussion. But as far as this one, I'm all in favor of this. And I guess I'm just going to say I'd like to move approval.
Well, let me do this. What I'd like to do is open it up to the community
Sure.
and get some public comment. Is there anybody in the community who would like to comment on this? Come on up, JM.
First of all, outstanding work. I've heard the word surplus in regards to our reserves. I don't think our reserves are surplus. They're there in case anything goes wrong. I don't have a problem with pulling out the money from the reserves. If there's money left over, I'd like to have it assigned back into the reserves, though. If the program doesn't use all the money goes back to the reserves. Additionally, the increase in taxes, since we're going to know what percentage of that tax is from the money that we get from the additional sales, should also go into this program. Because the program is generating that additional tax. Let's put the money from those taxes, it's a small computation, back directly into this program so it sort of self-funds it. I think it's a phenomenal idea. As somebody who's been looking at getting a hot water pump and looking at, so I can have hot water in my bathrooms without wasting water waiting for it to get from the water heater to the bathroom. I know I would love to take advantage of such a program as a homeowner. I think it is a phenomenal program. I just want to make sure that financially we keep it clear that the reserves are there just to do this type of thing, but the money, if there's any left over, goes back. And since this is actually going to be generating, hopefully, local income, that the taxes that we generate get properly associated to this program to further its use.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Any other comments? Hi, Richard.
Hello. This is very exciting because I think if nothing else, the last 4 years have shown as construction goes, so goes our economy in this state. Anything we can do to boost that, I think, is phenomenal. I do think we need to strike a balance maybe between the maximum. I would suggest lowering the maximum personally to allow as many people to benefit somewhat, especially when your highest single-family residence was $2,000. There comes a point where, I'm sorry, I'm an apartment owner, but you don't need to help us. We're a business, and the rebate. I guess what I'm trying to. Some of this work's going to get done anyway, and that's the balance I'm trying to figure out. Where don't we benefit from it? But I love the program overall, but maybe a lower balance would get along as both Ms. Mejia and Mrs. Poe have said, were to lower the taxes. Would be the same benefit to get this out to as many people as possible. Mm-hmm. Frankly, I've wondered why we don't have a buy local big movement. Quite frankly, if for nothing else, as a Rossmore Highlands resident, to protest the traffic that's caused by the shopping center we get no benefit from. And if we're getting even a little bit and we're helping ourselves, well, that's great. You have to excuse my notes are all over the place here. I would also like to maybe see if we can include this to put some business fees getting waived based on a number of jobs that somebody brings into the community. And also if, as Ms. Poe mentioned, there's also a lot of old houses here. Maybe we can work with the credit unions and the banks in the areas to make people aware of the loans, especially at today's interest rates. I mean, today there are opportunities today that, quite frankly, I never thought I'd ever see again. My mother moved here and got a 5% mortgage in 1964, I never dreamed mortgages would be below that. It just, from the property point of view, it's phenomenal. Finally, on the buy local angle, this is something I actually think we can get a measurable return of investment on. I would increase that part of this. It was a $2,500, pretty small amount, I believe, if I remember. Buy local, I believe we could actually get a measurable return of investment on that we could make people aware. I've lived here all my life, and I drive by businesses all the time and say, I didn't know that was there. And speaking to Mrs. Poe yesterday, and she mentioned somebody I'd never heard of, and I actually need their service. So it's maybe those small businesses need some type of help or something to get their word out there. But I also would love to see this kind of open discussion come back with this type of thing, and I think you can get a lot of people behind this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close it. And just some closing comments on my part too is that on the utility users tax, the one thing, Jerry, I would entertain at any point if we wanted to bring that forward. We've talked about this. We have issues, quite honestly, on the telephone side of that. So there's cleanup. But very respectfully, just a little point of distinction: the UUT and the franchise funds are ongoing general fund, which is our operations, and we only had a $25,000 surplus, so we're cutting it short. I'm not sure yet if we're ready to start reducing this, but every $25,000, every $500,000 we had before, we're definitely starting to chunk into the surplus. And as JM had said, the surplus, we've already partitioned the surplus into restricted, which we can't touch even if we have a home run plan, and then we've got this unrestricted that we're really lobbying to potentially pull down here. Mr. Murphy and Warren too, I guess at the same time, what you guys are suggesting is, hey, why don't you take the threshold down, to give credits, kind of the Warren Buffett, hey, I don't need the tax break thing I kind of got from your perspective, but if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it anyway. I would ask or argue the other side is raise this to be a bigger project, or let it come out bigger, and then stay with JM's commitment that if it doesn't work, we're going to put the money right back in, and I like the idea, and I can't believe I'm with you on something, JM. So this is a new night for me, but the yeah.
If you're going to agree with JM, I will give up my opinion.
Yeah. When I get home, I'm going to get a whooping for this one. But the point of sale, we actually have point of sale, if you believe the financial mechanisms that were presented in our mid-year budget, it showed how much, if somebody turns in receipts, we can equate that to point of sale and tax ourselves and move that back to kind of just like we do at the pool, right? We have the race on the base to fund offset the pool costs. I love that idea. And so the other part of that is that if it doesn't work, we throw this money back in the reserve. But I would push both of you guys that I really do think when you're sitting on almost $8 million, whether we're talking, 165 or 200 or 300, if we don't use it and we have the commitment that we put it back, why not keep it a little rich and enticing? And I'm just putting it out there. And this is just the time we're kind of turning this into sausage. But I just want to kind of get you guys to, I'd rather go the other way and make it super attractive and incent. Look, the bottom line, I think what this council is trying to do, and it's no one up here, one specifically, is we want the people on LaSalle Boulevard to start fixing the front of their businesses. And we want the people that are sitting in their homes that are seeing an opportunity to actually start doing some stuff on their homes, do it now. And it's not an economic long-term economic stimulation process. It's a one-time, it's a sugar high, because once they do it, it's done. But it reacquaints people back with the businesses that they may have lost the relationship, and then hopefully there it can kind of go on. And so I see that as a huge upside. The other thing too, Richard, and I'm not going to talk about the Southland Credit Union thing or the tie-in, but Angie, I can't sit on that. You and Steve had been talking about maybe taking this thing in phases. I'm going to ask them to talk a little bit about maybe figuring out how to help out on construction loans or backing or something like that, getting the local banks involved, and then potentially looking at, when you look at Rossmore and you say, hey, look, they don't want any services from us, I wonder if they would still not want services if their planning department was here and their sphere of influence is here and we were able to adjudicate stuff and they were going to do a tear down in the house and they could actually get funding from a bank and potentially get, something, and again, all getting spent in LoSal. And, so with that, Angie, talk a little bit about some of your ideas, because it started getting a little crazy when we were talking about it, and I thought maybe you and Steve would want to talk about that.
Well, the funding piece would definitely be a great thing for everyone all the way around. I had some preliminary discussions with Southline Credit Union, and they don't do a whole lot of business lending, but they're just one institution in town. I think that we just go all over town and present the package and the idea and take it to every bank in town.
Some of the businesses in the chamber, when we've kind of just whispered some of this, they're like, well, maybe if we do that and we get on the list, we'll actually give a percentage discount if you come as a part of this program. So, I mean, everybody pitches in and it becomes bigger than what it is. And I think that's what we've been trying to do, just as a kind of a demonstration project. Does anybody have any other comments? I think we see, we're trying to give some direction to the city that, or to the staff that, hey, keep going and bring something back. We're also trying to get it kind of primed up before the 11 or 12, 13 budget so that if we're going to have to take some money out of the general plan reserve, I'd rather take that hit now, or at least think about it and get, socially work through that. So that, because it's a big deal. I don't think, we've always defended our reserve.
Yeah.
And so this is a little bit of a philosophical, shift here. And so I think it's kind of a big deal on that side too. Go, please.
I think that this is such a good program, and I will have to mirror what you said, JM. I couldn't agree with you more. I think your ideas are great. I wouldn't be opposed to even raising the amount, because I think people are going to jump on this. I really do. I think there's going to be people that are upset because they didn't get in on it. And of course, we can always add more money into it, but I would not be opposed to making it. What was the amount? 164. I wouldn't be opposed to a 200,000 level to kick it off, providing that anything that wasn't spent would go back. Absolutely. I think that this is a great opportunity for us to partner with my husband and I have been talking about doing a remodeling, and of course we're not going to be eligible, and I would have paid the amount anyway if that wasn't in here. But I'm going to tell you, the banks in this community are fighting each other for business to do home equity loans. So I think that's a great idea. And if we get that in with the marketing, that, this bank would do this and this would do this, we could get something really going here. I think it's a great idea, and I think this is something really positive for the community. I wouldn't be opposed to raising the funding level at all. I think it's going to be that good.
Thank you.
I do.
Mr. Mayor,
Sure.
pardon me. We can do a number of things here. We can, this report is going to come back to council. So if we just have some general guidance, we can, if the council is comfortable with the $164,000 mark, we can start there. We can bring it back in 6 months. We can review it at different points in time. The year mark may or may not be long enough. We can monitor the status always and change things, push things out. Also, we can do whatever you want.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember Kusamoto.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what I would, hearing the comments, I do, like what I've heard from, my fellow council members and then members of the community. But I guess what I would like to really understand before I would really get behind this fully, Mr. Mendoza, is what are the risks and liabilities? And that's probably a discussion we need to have. And perhaps, Mr. Mayor, an ad hoc committee might be appropriate to assign this, look at that, what's the risk and liabilities that we have in this thing. And then I would think we would want some kind of a very well-written procedure that's clearly understood by the applicant, and that there's an appeal process so that if someone feels that they've applied for a rebate for the lumber they bought, and for whatever reason it looks like it wasn't right, they ought to have an appeal process so we don't, find ourselves, in small claims court or whatever. So with that, I would like to at least, I think, look into it a little bit further, and I would certainly like to be on the ad hoc committee if we so choose to go in that direction.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, Councilmember Mejia.
I have in my notes also to lessen the amount so you give more people the opportunity. I would be supportive of doubling the funding, but what I'd like to ask is for the council to consider doing both the tax decrease for a year, not ongoing, but for the year, to give some relief for a year, and also funding this, because I think if I figured it out right, the utilities user tax is $2,132,011. If you take the sixth of that for the utilities users tax, that's about $120,000. Now, it may not seem like much, but what we're doing is we're hitting both sides. We're giving people the opportunity to expand, but the people who don't qualify, there's a lot of people in apartments who rent and houses who rent, don't have opportunity to access it at all. And I think that we need to be fair and equitable across the board. So I like the idea. I think it's great, but I think if we're talking about doubling the funding, this is crazy, I know, but I don't have a problem with doubling the funding as long as we address also giving the utilities user tax a cut for the year, and then it would be a more substantial amount. But as you said, we've got about $8 million in the reserves. We can hit everyone that way. We give everyone an opportunity to have the savings, because there are a lot of people who can't afford to upgrade their business or can't afford to upgrade their houses, and then all of this money that everybody's put into, they don't get to have a say. Did you say that?
Can I jump in for just a second? I just want to clarify something, because the utility users tax wasn't agendized for tonight. So I am absolutely fine with you talking about whether to agendize it for the future, which is what I understood the prior conversation to be. If you're going to actually go beyond that and get into decisions about how much or when or what's going to happen, then I would have to start cutting things off, because the public didn't know that we were going to talk about that tonight.
Okay.
Right. Well, this was for other ideas, so I thought there was a broader spectrum.
No, so far
yeah,
you're great.
it's just to give everybody a little bit of relief. Did you say that Rossmore would qualify for these?
Well, theoretically, the sphere of influence, we actually have a sphere of influence. We put them in our general plan. I'm not going to start that back up again, because it's a while to put that one back in the box. But I definitely think that there's a nexus there, that we would conduct their planning and have jurisdiction over the general plan stuff. I don't know. That would be something that Steve technically would have to go into. Like I said, the discussions got crazy and creative.
Sure.
But
I just wouldn't be supportive of that. I want you to know moving forward. Also, going back and forth between things. Now, we have in our agenda packet on page 5 of 5 where it says the fund balance is $4.1 million in unassigned. So is it safe to say we've got $4 million set aside in addition to this? Because you threw out a number of 8.1 million, so I'm just
that's the non-restricted. That means that
right. For the emergency, if we have a catastrophe or something like that, stuff we set aside. I just would like for us to be sensitive to the fact that everyone could use a little bit of a break, and I think that this needs to be broader in its coverage. And I like this idea. I think it's something that we've talked about for a long time. So, I mean, obviously we're talking about going forward with an agendizing. I'd just like for us to look at both things when it comes back.
Okay. Can I ask a question, though? Jerry's point on the UUT. Do we have legislative ability to adjust that from the dais here?
You have the ability to reduce it.
Okay,
Well,
I
and the
mean,
only-
I would be supportive. I mean, who wouldn't, right?
Right.
To put it on.
For a
So, I mean, why
one-time-
don't, when you package this, bring it back with a UUT assessment? I mean, we can't talk about it any further, but we can ask to have it come back. And I think that would make a lot of sense.
Excuse me, as
Sure,
a
go ahead.
separate item?
Yeah, it has to be separate.
Right.
But, yeah, because I don't want to live or die on the UUT issue. But
Right.
I
Well, but that's the
definitely-
only thing. My support for this is there, but I would like to see it packaged together because to me, they hinge on each other. If we're going to benefit one group of the city, I'd like to see both groups. And so to me, it would be a conjoined item.
Can I ask you, Jerry, just a clarification, though? When you say both groups of the city, who's the group uncovered right now, just so I'm clear?
Well, the people who would benefit from the utilities user tax reduction, which would everybody.
Okay.
But then also there's the other group of people who would be doing the improvements. So you have two different groups that would be benefiting from one overall perspective. And you said something earlier about, we'd have to take that money out of the general fund. Well, in essence, what we would be doing is any money that we would be taking, we would take it from the reserve and put it into the general fund, just like we would do for
Like a
this.
CIP or something, yeah.
So, yeah. So I appreciate having an opportunity to weigh in.
Okay. Councilmember Stevens, or
Quick question, okay, and I think it's probably the one you're going to answer now, maybe. You did say that we had the authority to lower the public utilities tax, right?
The utility
From-
users tax, yes.
From here. How do we take it back if we ever have to?
Well, it's only proposed for 1 year.
Do we have the right to do it for a one-year period from here?
Yes, as long as you do it carefully.
Oh,
Right.
that's why I had to ask that question.
That's a complicated area of the law, but yes, you have to do it carefully, but you can. My suggestion in terms of agendizing it is that staff will agendize it as two separate items, and you can decide at the time whether you want to combine them for discussion, but we'll put them on. Since they are two separate subject matters, we'll put them on separate but adjacent, and you can decide whether you want to combine them.
Well, then can I ask that we agendize the utilities user tax as the item that comes before the other?
are you going to hold it hostage?
No, listen, we're all trying to do good things for the community. I just
I'm
want to
giving
make
you a
sure, that we
I know.
have a fair shake, that's all.
Say yes.
Yes, it is a yes.
I would, can I say?
Please.
Yeah, I still want a little more clarification on do it carefully, prior to that. Thank you.
Sure.
I guess just one thing for the UUT agenda item that's coming up right before this one. If we're going to do that, is the telephone users tax issue, is that something that's totally separate and probably needs to be kept separate because that one's a lot more complex. And I think what we were suggesting, and I'm just trying to give you guidance, at least from here of putting this agenda item together is, we know how to do UUTs that sunset at a certain point. We've done them before in the city. So I know there's a way to do it where it also has an impact to the utilities who have to adjust their billing systems to do it that way and public noticing and all that. I think that there's a lot of support to do it. But I think it's the sunsetting portion or the automatic portion because we do have other problems behind these UUTs that we probably aren't going to have time to fix. And I don't want to hold this project up for that problem. And so if you guys can help us maneuver around that, that'd be great.
Okay.
Sure.
It also might be problematic to look at reducing revenues for the city before we have completed the budget process. Because we heard Anita's presentation all about flat revenues going forward. And so I just want to put that out there.
No, you're absolutely, I was trying to make a point. Franchising utility users tax pays the bills, and we're only, on our budget, we only had a $25,000 surplus this time, and it had to do with some maneuvering that we did to get there. If we take and clip out $200,000 of utility users tax, we're at a hole that we'd have to either bridge with things or people. And so I get it. But I think when we get closer to that financial aspect of that needs to be brought into the UUT so we can make the right decision or find a way to make it work for a year.
Point of clarification.
Yeah.
We can't take a one-time money
I think we can. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying. That could be the bridge fix for a year. You know,
'Cause
maybe.
isn't that where we're getting this money from?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Alrighty. Anything else? Do we require a motion on this, or I think this is just an advice, receive and file? Okay, great. Let's go ahead and move on to the next item. Appointment of the City Council Ad Hoc Subcommittee to consider use of potential donated funds from the Aquatic Foundation for capital improvements to the pool. City Manager.
This is another happy item. We're on a roll now. Just a little bit of background here. The Los Alamitos Aquatics Foundation was established as a nonprofit entity in 1998 to receive grant funds and donations during the time of the major pool renovation, and served the city well as an ancillary group to help with all of the funding and the construction during the big overhaul. And that occurred in 1998, started in 1998. Starting in fiscal year 03-04, the city operated the aquatics programs at the pool, and since that time, everything's been going well. We have worked really hard to bridge the funding gap between revenues and expenditures at the pool. And during that time, the Aquatics Foundation has made one significant contribution to the one renovation that happened in 2007. And that was a donation of $20,000. So at this time, we have Foundation President George Brigham in the audience, but the foundation is considering closing its books and making a final donation to the city. And we would, the recommendation is to appoint 2 council members as an ad hoc committee to work with staff and to look at capital improvement projects that the pool needs, and to allow for the council to receive the funds and do some renovation at the pool.
Okay, great. So I'll bring that back. I think the staff report was pretty self-explanatory. Councilmember Stevens.
Yeah, I had mentioned this back a few months ago that I think those monies in that foundation, because it just seems to be lying dormant, could be used for a lot of the things that Angie and I had discussed over the years, really, different improvements that we need in the city. And I personally would like to volunteer for this committee.
Okay, great.
Mayor?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
Being that I'm the only one, oh dear, I'm the only one up here that was on the council when this took place, I would be delighted in serving on this ad hoc committee to kind of put the final touch to it.
Okay, great. Yeah.
I make a motion for Councilmember Stevens and Mayor Pro Tem Poe to be the representatives on the ad hoc committee.
I'll second.
Okay, great. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll move on. Thank you, guys. Next item, consideration of administrative regulation pertaining to the Code of Conduct for City Council and Commissions. City Manager.
This is an item where the council has directed me to put this on the agenda. And I think the staff report is definitely self-explanatory. The items in the proposed code of conduct for city council and commissions are pretty well enumerated and described. And so I just like to turn it, well, let me say there is one thing that may be of particular interest to the council, and that is it's recommended that items identified for future council agendas have the support of 3 council members, before the item is researched and placed on the agenda for action. That is purely for efficiency and staff time and organization purposes. But I would like to give it back to you, Mr. Mayor, and for council discussion and then direction.
Okay. So let's go ahead and open up the item, and let me just say a little bit about this. So every week, Angie and I will sit down and go through all the items that get agendized and how we're going to take those on and try and get those on the agenda. You'll notice tonight there's about 4 items that were added to the agenda that are council-driven, meaning they come up through council and we say, hey, you know, I want to have that on the agenda. I want to have this on the agenda. What ends up happening is staff goes out and they start working on these items. They put a lot of time into them because they don't know which direction this will go, and it'll come up, and then at that point, sometimes, you know, we're putting stuff on that is something that's really important policy-wise, and sometimes it's different stuff. And I would just say, you know, we've got an opportunity here to streamline the process to be able to make sure that we don't turn wheels and then basically when the item comes up that we don't do anything with this. You know, so really what we're trying to do here through this process is to put a mechanism in place that says, look, anybody can go pursuant to our municipal code and add items into the agenda. That allows staff to add the item on the agenda, bring it back, have a discussion up here to talk about what is it that we want to achieve. That way we can give further definition to the issue, further clarification to staff, and have them go away and be able to better understand versus trying to guess, well, what exactly are we talking about? So that was the essence and spirit of this. I will tell you too, as I've sat down with Angie, as of a couple of weeks ago, we still have a backlog of probably how many items, Angie?
7, 8.
Yeah.
Major things.
Yeah. And so we've knocked off 4. So we were sitting there at 11 going, there's a lot of stuff. Richard got up here and talked a little bit about, hey, you know, you don't want to get into a place where you're holding stuff up. If you look through the agenda items, we're at a spot right now where we're trying to get stuff done and move forward. We're also keep looking back behind us, and we're kind of getting caught up and looking forward, looking backwards, and we're, I think, really trying to say, how do we get this thing to work a little bit more effectively? We don't want to have staff chasing their tail, and so I think that when we go through, what ends up happening without doing this is we get staff reports that are more complete than others and don't meet expectations. And I think that's just like, at some point, the staff just says that, look, enough's enough. I'm just going to get it up there. And, if you guys want to table it, you'll table it. If you want more, you'll send me for more direction. So again, what we're just trying to do is streamline the process. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open it up. And then, Richard, I am going to open back up to public comment. If you want to make your comments again or add additional information, please do, or anybody else. And who would like to go first up here?
I'll go first.
Okay.
So kind of knowing how this is going to go, I'll just call for the question. I'll motion that staff recommendation to adopt the Administrative Regulation 2.6 Code of Conduct is put to a vote.
Okay. So
I'll second that. With just a note. Well, I'll go ahead, and I'll say
You
my.
need public comment before you.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me go ahead and open it up to the public. Anybody have any comment on this item?
Yes, I do. What Mrs. Avery calls efficiency, I look at as censorship. There have been councils that are 4-1 many times here, and there's an election coming up where 2 of the 3 members on the majority will be up. So, Mayor, there's a chance that come December, you couldn't get an agenda item on, even with what I think are great ideas for revitalizing downtown. There's been some opposition, and one more vote would not allow you to put your items on the agenda. I think it's short-sighted what you're doing, because the minority needs a voice. And if it's going to be 3 votes just to get on the agenda, that means basically everything that gets on the agenda is going to pass, because the 3 votes have already been spoken for. If it's 4-1, then how does that one person ever get anything on the agenda? Even if it's 3-2, and we have a lot of 3-2 votes now, it could easily flip the other way. And I've spoken up here before, Mayor, and said when I started getting interested in the council, the one thing that drove me crazy was you got shut down every time you opened your mouth. You would cite some facts, and a former mayor would correct you like you were a schoolboy. And I used to watch at home, maybe throwing stuff at the television. Mm-hmm. And I can't say strongly enough how this just stops the process for anybody who's in the minority. And the minority switches in this city, and I think you all should recognize that and realize that one person should be allowed to get something on the agenda, because many times I may only get to speak to one council member, and they may think it's a good idea, or anybody in the community may only know one council member to bring something up. And I just can't say strongly enough how I hope you do not put this in there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close it. I think that just to respond to your point there. I think the hardest part about this is when we're going through it. You're absolutely right. First 2 years for me were pretty tough. I think what's the hardest thing though is that procedure-wise, I also realized I had to modify my behavior to try to get stuff accomplished and try to find ways to work with people. I think that the hardest part, that you see even in this agenda for tonight, right? You've got violations of Brown Acts, really no substantiation. You've got a lot of different stuff that just kind of gets thrown in, and really the agendas become clearinghouses for political fights. So we've got rules of decorum in the municipal code, and what's designed to do is so that we treat each other with mutual respect. We try to get through stuff. We are in a very precarious place now, where not only are we saying stuff on the agenda, we're suing each other on stuff. I mean, even tonight through public comment, kind of the litigious tone of, we've got municipal codes, I want to pursue this, Attorney General, we've got an issue going on with violation. We're all guilty of it, right? At some point, this stuff needs to stop. We need to be able to move forward. And when we're looking at how do we run effective meetings, if we're just going to start bombarding our staff that we're trying to get this thing to run and really just throw anything on because we have a right to. I mean, think about it. Even tonight, we have somebody come to the podium and say, look, I want so-and-so to add something on to agendize it. And usually, there's an item on tonight. That's how it happens, and that's fine. If that's the type of council you want, where we're going to go ahead and go through, I'd like to be able to have a council that moves things forward. And we're constantly fighting the political battles versus being able to move stuff forward. So all I'm trying to say is, look, do we really want to weigh the staff down and go through these battles to where, because think about it, Rich. Every time somebody brings something up and says, I want it on the agenda, sometimes it has merit, sometimes it's just a battle that we're trying. But you know what? Staff still has to spend a tremendous amount of time working, trying to get it ready, knowing they're going into a buzzsaw. So, from my perspective, I would be open to have this dialogue. But before we even get to that, we've closed for the question. But this is an ability to have a discussion to be able to try to better behave up here, and to better get this to be a more effective process, so we can move the business of the city forward. these lawsuits, this stuff going back and forth. If you see how deeply mired all this stuff is, shoot, the election was a year ago. I mean, we need to be able to move forward. So I guess that's my issue, and I think and that's my perspective on this, Rich. But I just wanted to respond to you directly.
And I think I may need a little clarification, or maybe the language needs a little clarification, because, and I'm sure I'm going to be asked to interpret this later, so I'd like it to be clear going in. I didn't understand this to preclude an individual council member from putting an item on the agenda for discussion. It's just that they can't put it on for action or to require staff to commit resources to it. In other words, to prepare staff report and conduct research without the concurrence of 2 other council members. So you put it on for a first round, see if there are 3 members to say, yes, this is important enough to put some staff resources into it. There are a number of cities that I've worked with that have that kind of rule, and it doesn't always mean that there's a vote for it after that. It just means that people have said it's important enough to discuss it. And if there's a certain amount of cooperation among the council members, then that happens routinely most of the time. But I just want to clarify and make sure I'm understanding this the same way that the council members are, that an individual council member can put it on for the purpose of discussing whether or not there will be a future action item, and they can speak their piece and present whatever materials they want to present. It's not cutting anybody off from doing that part of it.
Let me do a point of order, because I want to respect Councilmember Kusumoto call for the question, and I want to play that out to see where we go from here, because I think we are being disrespectful by continuing on the conversation, and I'm probably the lead one doing that. So with that,
Councilmember, I make my comments before we vote.
Well, we've called for the question. Can I request, Councilmember Kusumoto, do you want us to open up for comments to try and see if we can find a compromise here, or do you want to push forward? And if you're going to call for the question, then put a motion on the table so we can vote on it. And I want to respect where you're at first before we go any further.
Sure. Okay, so hearing all the discussion, having read the report, and I guess just, the city attorney, you've read and approved this report, so, right? So I think further discussion may not bear any fruit. So I'm going to go ahead and I will move that we follow the recommendation of city staff and adopt the proposed administrative regulation 2.6 Code of Conduct for City Council and Commissioners. That's my motion.
Okay, that's your motion. Is there a second on the floor to move this to a vote?
I believe, seconded, but I didn't make any comments then because I wanted to give the community the opportunity to
support the motion or deny it. If there's no second, it dies, and we'll open it back up. But if there's a motion, then we'll go ahead and go for the vote.
So without any kind of comment?
I want to hear your comment, but I want to respect the maker of the motion.
Sure.
What would you like to do?
No, I'd like an opportunity just to address a couple of items.
Okay, so I'm taking that as you're withdrawing your second. Okay, got it. Is there another second? Seeing none, that motion failed, and just so that I'm keeping honest here, Sandy, I think that we're back to an open discussion on this item.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Mejia.
Thank you. I did a little bit of research myself, being that I thought some of this was pretty draconian. I too shared the concerns of Mr. Murphy, being that I'm in the minority, and there are things that community members who elected me would like to have agendized, and I'm at a loss if the majority decides they don't want to support me because, as Councilmember Edgar said, I don't modify my behavior enough for them to support my agenda items. So the research that I did was just, took me about 45 minutes to an hour. I called several different cities. I called Seal Beach. They don't have a vote. You don't have to have a majority vote in order to have something on the agenda. Any council member can do that. And they're actually going to be sending me a copy. Cypress spoke with Denise over there. It can be brought up by city council meetings. There's no vote also. And they can also bring up agenda items to be agendized. in Long Beach, I contacted them, and unfortunately, I didn't think of this next question when I called the two earlier. Long Beach, no vote. Any council member can bring an agenda item forward. And in this also, there seems to be some very strict sanctions that are in essence a punishment if you don't comply with the way the majority would prefer you to behave. Some of these are removal from an appointed commission or board, loss of staff support or use of city resources. I mean, it goes on and on. So I talked to these people and I said, is there any kind of reprimand that comes if a council member doesn't comply or play nice with the code that you have in place or the ordinance? No, there was no sanction. I spoke with Anaheim, the city manager, the mayor or the city manager can put agenda items on. Council members also can make that recommendation, but the mayor has the oversight to decide what goes on the agenda. Tustin, I did not get a response from them, but they said their mayor and council members can also do so. Huntington Beach, no vote necessary. Council members can place items on the agenda. No punishment from either Tustin or Huntington Beach if people do not comply with what's perceived by the majority to be acceptable behavior. La Palma, I spoke with them. There is no code, no punishment, and I think from Anaheim, I asked specifically about the sanctions, and the gal that I spoke with said in the entire 9 years that she's been there, there's only been one time that it was addressed, and it was for a council member turning their back to someone who was speaking to them. And all they did was write up a resolution saying, don't do that anymore, but there were no sanctions beyond that point. Stanton, I spoke with them. They don't have to go to a vote. And they said that there were compliance rules that you needed to go with, but there were no sanctions. So I just would like to say, while I don't have a problem with the code of conduct, I think this is specifically to benefit the majority. Mr. Murphy, you're very intuitive. I think much along the same lines as you. This is an election year not just for two of the council members, I'm sorry, the mayor pro tem and a council member, but we also have our mayor who was running for Congress but now is running for Assembly. And I think that this is to really strap the hands of the people who have differing opinions and not give them the opportunity to have a voice. And you have to remember, we were put here by residents who we represent. When I ran for city council, I said, I just want to be your voice at the city council level. Well, I can't do that if the majority is given the right to initiate this code of conduct and pretty much just dictate to us how things are going to go. If you, city attorney, the last paragraph on 7 of 7, there was some reference, and I apologize, I'm not sure if I was understanding this right. Any provision of these rules not required by law may be temporarily suspended by a majority vote of the council members presented. Can you explain that to me a little bit?
That just means that the council created these rules and the council can vote to waive these rules unless state law requires otherwise.
Okay, so then there is the potential for the majority to punish the minority with votes to sanctions, but yet give themselves a walk or a freebie if they decide they're not going to sanction each other. So in essence, it creates a two-tiered system. The minority council members could be treated in a different way than the majority merely by the vote. Is that correct? Do you not understand the question? Was I too wordy?
I think what you're asking me is it possible that a majority of the council could act in an inconsistent manner?
Yes.
And yes.
And to favor themselves not to be punished, but the minority council members could absolutely be, with these sanctions that are listed here. Because it's a paragraph that immediately follows that.
I don't want to be in a debate with you. I think
No, I'm just asking a question. If let's say I don't abide by the code of conduct, the council can take measures if they have 3 votes. Is that correct? there's a majority vote to take.
Most of these things, the council could do anyway.
Okay, so why are we
putting-
listing them?
This is putting it all in one place so that everybody understands what the rules are. A lot of these things are already done either by practice or by policy. Some of them are new. Obviously, the procedure that you're debating the most is something new, and that's why it's creating a lot of debate. But the council always has the authority to remove someone from an appointed position or those kinds of things. I mean, it's just saying, trying to put it all in one document, these are the expectations.
Well, I just want to go on the record as saying that the cities that I called, and I can call more if that's not sufficient, all said none of these things were ever done to their council members. So I think it's excessive. And I do think it's a little frightening to say that the majority has the right to punish us and to give themselves the opportunity to violate the code and not be receiving the same kind of admonishments or steps that would be taken to remove them for commissions or such. On page 3 of 7, communications, members shall publicly share substantive information that they may have received from sources outside the public decision-making process if it is significant to a matter being discussed by them. I'm just wondering, who decides what's appropriate and who's not? Would that be you or would that be us? Would we govern ourselves or would you be doing that?
Generally speaking, that's the individual council members because you're the ones who decide what is significant to your decision-making process. This is a requirement stated a little with a little more complexity in the law, but this is a requirement in all quasi-judicial proceedings. Already it's part of due process. Everybody has to have the same information available to them or it isn't considered due process. So you already have this obligation on quasi-judicial matters. This just extends it to say on all matters, the council has to have all the same information. So if there's something significant to you in your decision-making, you're supposed to bring it forward and share it with the rest of the council members.
Okay, so just to be clear, if you were to receive a letter and only certain council members got it, would this be applicable? Instead of all the council members, if it was deemed appropriate for all the council members to get a copy? Let's say there's a letter sent in, and I'm talking about something very specific. Letter sent in, it's meant for the whole council, but only goes to certain council members. Is this the same kind of situation in that instance?
It depends whether there is an item on the agenda as to which that information is significant.
Okay, so when it's appropriate, you make sure everybody gets the letter. Okay. There's several different things in this that I think are a little too structured. And Angie, by no means do we want to create more agenda items that are comfortable for the staff to handle. But like I said, we represent some of the community too. And I think when you give the majority that authority, we might as well, Warren and I, not even show up because we don't get to have a say no matter what. That's my concern. And I'd like to know who was the council member who wanted this item agendized?
I did.
Okay, so Troy.
Actually, you voted as one of the items in response to the discussion about the Brown Act violation. There was a
Have it
council
brought back.
vote directing us to bring back a code of conduct.
There's lots of things that we asked to be agendized. I was just wondering who did this one. So with that, I would just ask that the council take into consideration what Mr. Murphy said. At some point, you could be in the minority. Troy, you were, I have been, we've survived, but I think you're right. I think there's a lot of good things that we could do for this community. And if we keep this nitpicky stuff going on or this you don't get to have a say, it's just going to get worse. And I don't want to see that. I know you don't want to. So before you vote on this, I just ask that you take that into consideration.
Great. Councilmember Stevens.
Just curious on something. Earlier, we had a motion and a second to go through this, right?
Yeah, we did. But
Okay.
we call that off, because I think it's worth having further discussion. And
Okay,
see if
but
we
the
can find
second was by Councilmember Mejia. Then you had a chance to readdress this, is this it?
No, I was going to speak at the time, my comments, but the mayor wanted to open it up for oral communications, or I'm sorry, public input, and so I deferred until after. I didn't know we were going to be moving forward immediately. If so, I would have given my comments then. So that's the reason for asking
No,
for
my
the opportunity.
question was, well, you did second it originally, correct?
Yes, with the
Okay,
opportunity
all
to
right.
speak on it, yes.
I'm just, excuse me, I'm trying to figure out which way we're going on this. I think this needs more work, to be honest with you. And, and one of the things on here, we're talking about city council up here all the time, but you also have, and commissions. So my question back to Stephen is, what impact is this going to have on the commissions if we come through with something like this?
There's actually sections in this that recognize commissions.
I'm sorry?
There's sections of this that pertain to commissions.
No, I know, but what impact can you immediately see if we went through with something like this? On the commissions right now, do they have a problem?
Well, I can't speak for all the commissions, but the Planning Commission has a great deal of respect for decorum and rules and regulations. And they don't agendize things often. They react to applications that come to them from applicants. It's not the same. They don't bring things to the forum in that same way.
All
The
right.
Traffic Commission does a little.
See, what I'm getting around to is, do we even need to have commissions in here? Is it just city council that we're talking about? Because all the discussion up here has been about city council and really not about the commissions whatsoever.
I think getting commissions to understand the same direction that the city council wants to go is a good thing.
Okay, good. All right. I guess the other part of this is, you did state that anyone, even if we pass something like this, can bring an action item forward to be
discussion
discussed. Okay. To be discussed, whether we are going to agendize it or not.
That was my understanding.
Okay. Is it specifically stated in here? Because I couldn't see it.
Yeah, that wasn't my understanding either.
Page 507 at the top.
It actually starts at the bottom of 4 of 7, and it says a council member can ask that an item be scheduled for consideration, and then it's scheduled for consideration under other business. The council reviews it and basically makes a determination whether there's a majority who want to commit staff resources for it so that there's research and a staff report prepared.
Okay. Now, doesn't this alleviate the fear that somebody would not be able to bring something up to the public or to be able to say it at a council meeting, that they would like to have something, an action or an item brought up for discussion?
Apparently not. I mean, that's a matter
all
of
the
opinion,
discussion
and
up
from
here.
the discussion, apparently, there's a concern that that wouldn't be sufficient.
Okay. No other.
Mayor Pro Tem Poe.
Thank you. A few years ago, another council member and I were in the minority for 2 years. And one of those years, the Mayor Parker, would not allow us to put anything on the agenda. And we asked the attorney about it, and the attorney didn't really give us an answer. And so we started looking, when we were looking in the charter. And then an incident happened later where another council member put something on the agenda, and we wanted to know, well, why can that person put it on, but we can't? And then we found out that it actually, we should have been looking in the code.
It's in your municipal code.
Because in the municipal code, under 2.04.040, under agendas, and this is a subset of city council, 2.04, it says all reports, communications, ordinances, resolutions, contract documents, or other matters to be submitted to the council at a city council meeting shall be delivered to the city clerk prior to the deadline established by administrative policy. The city clerk shall prepare the agenda under the direction of the city manager. Any council member desiring to place an item on the agenda shall accordingly inform the city clerk and city manager and provide any documentation and information on the item prior to the agenda deadline. So I'm taking this to say that the staff, if a council member wants something on the agenda, it's up to the council member to provide the documentation and all of the information prior to the agenda deadline, not necessarily the staff. I mean, that's what it says. So I can understand Mr. Murphy's concern. I think at one time or another, we've all, maybe Ken is the only one that hasn't been in the minority up here, and it's not fun. And all except for that 1 year, we never had a problem getting something on the agenda. So possibly we could, this seems to be the part of this whole thing that everyone's concerned about, the city council preparation. I read this to say that any city council member could put something on the agenda, ask for it to be under other business and have it discussed. And if 3 members thought that it should be agendized, then we would go forward. If that's not agreeable to everyone, then maybe we just need to replace that section with what we already have, which says that a council member desiring to place an item on the agenda shall accordingly inform the city clerk and city manager and shall provide any documentation and information on the item prior to the agenda deadline. So then it isn't just sitting here and saying, well, I want this on the agenda. We have to provide the background information, all the pertinent documentation, so that can be duplicated for each one of the council members. That's a suggestion. And that's something we already have.
And the other piece of the puzzle there is something that some cities include in their code of conduct as well, which just says that it takes a majority of the council to direct the use of city resources and that it can't be done by an individual council member. So when you put those two pieces together, what that means, and that's fundamentally the law anyway, what that means is that an individual council member can't say to me, I'd like you to spend 20 hours researching and analyzing this issue and bring it back, because that's an expense to the city.
Right.
And to direct that expense, you need a majority of the council. But you can put it on with your own materials and your own information without the concurrence of other council members.
Okay. So, Councilmember Kuzumoto, you had spoke, so I'm just going to go ahead and weigh in on this since I haven't said anything yet. I think that, I would have to agree that going down this path is kind of an elevation of making probably a situation worse than trying to make it better. And there's 2 times when I was in the majority that was actually shown mercy, and and I will say, this type of regulation was introduced at one time to put the lid on me. And we had a very similar discussion, and they backed off for some reason. And then Kat, during an appeal of a sign plan, had an opportunity to fine me $1,000, and she backed off. And so I think that there's something to be said, I think, symbolically. I think what this document is that we've tried to take advantage of an opportunity when we had turmoil, and potentially we're trying to make it worse by saying, look, we have a process and code on our side, and we're going to show we could use it. And I could see where it would look like it's very it's trying to hold back the minority. And I think really what this is to me symbolically is we want to work together. I want to work together, Jerry, but I just, when it starts getting kind of crazy like it's been this last 3 to 4 months, we're not helping the city. This is how bad it could be. I'm after having the discussion, I'm thinking, maybe we don't need to go here. And maybe, it's time to kind of put the gun back in the holster and sit back. But, I really want to try and figure out a way to be more constructive and try to work through things. I think that a lot of stuff going on with this trash lawsuit is getting ready to clear. I think that, we're starting to put the past behind us. We're starting to have things that I think we're getting excited about looking forward. And, I don't know. So I guess I'm reconsidering my position on this and going this far. We could default to it. There's already stuff in our municipal code. And, I'd like to try and maybe put our best foot forward and maybe move to not do this. So,
Well, since everyone's had comments, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
So you're the leader. You're the one that started us on this path. You're the one that took what I wrote in an honest attempt to make it easy for you three to make a decision, and you blew it out of proportion, and you made me go out and hire a lawyer to begin to defend myself. So I'm really getting mad now. So you put this in place to muzzle me, right? And this is punishment for me. So I have a lawyer here that comes and reads a cure and correct letter, right? And you kind of laugh at it and say, well, it's already been taken care of. But I think I'm glad you took care of it, and I'm glad you acknowledged you had a Brown Act violation. But when are you going to now turn the same investigation by the city attorney using the same city resources onto the three of you that committed Brown Act violations and go and do the investigation? I want to know. You're a binary guy, and this is what you want to know. Either you committed it or you didn't. And then you got Mayor Pro Tem Poe says that we can't let the line, we can't cross the line. No, if we don't do it, then we're just as guilty as committing the act ourselves. So come on. I agendized things. I did my research. I did my homework. And then to find out on the agenda, where's my letter? Yet, when I turned something in an honest attempt to make it easy for you, you turned it all around and blew it all out of proportion. So I'm a little bit ticked about this whole thing. So, fine. Code of conduct, do whatever you want to do. Call a question. I think that it's really funny that now all of a sudden, we don't want to really do this, but you're the guy that set the example. And I'm just following the example you set, right? You set this back in December 19th, to be exact.
Look, you can decide whether you want to take any responsibility in what we're doing here. I think what you're seeing here is we're trying to reach out and say, hey, look, at some point this has got to stop. So if you want to keep going down an elevated path, that's your choice.
Well, I would like to see the other issues that I forwarded to be handled the same manner that mine was handled.
Mm-hmm.
Is that too much to ask
What
for?
specifically are you talking about?
The Brown Act violation on the 8th of December, the cure and correct letter. There's a Brown Act violation. Where's the investigation? Where's the report to the district attorney, the attorney general, the grand jury, and a special prosecutor?
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me? It is the next agenda item. So, when we can talk about that, that's on the agenda to talk about.
Yes, but there's no staff report with it, is I think what he's saying.
Well, like I said, I think we will be going through that here in just a few minutes. So we've got a code of conduct that's come through this. I guess, Warren, the one thing that I would say on that is, we're talking two types of Brown Act violations, right? I mean, just to set the record straight. So you called to what you were concerned about as a Brown Act violation that actually you said, hey, look, I think there's a problem and there's a cure. You basically take it into closed session. If you think there's a problem, you cure it and you're done. A Brown Act violation that we're talking about with you is that we went through and had confidential information. Once that information is spilt, you can't pick it back up and put it in the bottle. It's done. So that's the difference between a curable Brown Act violation and one that once you cross the line.
So I submit to you, you committed an uncurable Brown Act violation on December 19th when you disclosed some confidential information about what I said in a question that was asked. So that's uncurable as well. Where's the investigation?
Go ahead.
Can we wait until we get to the agenda item so we can?
Well, can we table this then, Mayor, and then readdress it?
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the proposed Administrative Regulation 2.6 Code of Conduct for City Council and Commissions, and that we strike, or that under the O, under City Council Agenda Preparation, we insert what is already in our code in that section.
I think that we could table it, and then it's truly in the spirit of what you said, Mayor, where we have the opportunity to address the concerns that Warren's brought up. We can go back, we can put, it's not that big a staff report. We already have read through it. We've already kind of compiled our information and how we feel about it. We have the opportunity to do this right, like you said. So
I'll second the motion. Let's put it to the question.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody oppose?
No.
No.
So what we'll do, Jerry, would you like to make another motion?
yeah,
I'm sorry, what was Councilmember Kuzumoto's vote?
I'll abstain. I'll let the majority decide.
It really, Mayor, I'm going to reach out to you. I think that we can move past it. We've already voted on it. If you'd like to table it, I'm happy to support that. But I do think what you said, and there were other things that happened in our prior council's dealings where you were in the minority and I stepped up to make sure that you had your opportunity to have items agendized, as a matter of fact. So I think we just call it a dead issue. You can re-agendize it another time if you feel like it needs to be addressed. That would be my recommendation.
Okay.
Just go with
so
the no
do
vote.
we need to vote on that, City Attorney, if we're going to table it?
You can just take no action.
Okay. So, anybody? Yeah. I've had a request to take a 5-minute break.
Oh, yay.
So we're going to do that. It's 10:35, so we'll be back in 5 minutes at 10:40. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is item 10E, potential Brown Act violations. Angie.
I guess I can take this one. So I'll start with some of the questions that because we know what they are, and then shift it back to council to go from there. So this appears without a city attorney report, unlike the agenda item regarding the Brown Act violations concerning Councilmember Kuzumoto, because on that item, the City Council had directed, in fact, 5-0 had directed that the city attorney was to prepare a report and bring it back at a public session. I didn't have any majority direction to bring this back, and in my review of the issues, didn't find anything that warranted my independent investigation or anything that suggested liability or a Brown Act violation. There was a comment that there was a Brown Act violation with respect to the December 8th meeting in which Councilmember Poe participated by telephone. I don't believe there was a Brown Act violation. However, had there been one, the action tonight cured it. The Brown Act doesn't define what a quorum is, and there is case law on that, making it a fairly complicated question, so that when two members are not participating, as it was there, I believe that the quorum was 2 members in that circumstance. But beyond that, the Brown Act says that substantial compliance for purposes of complying with that section is sufficient. And in the context of substantial compliance, the purpose of that section is to ensure that the public has ample opportunity to participate and to view what is happening. In the context of a closed session, it makes no difference whatsoever whether the council members are here present in the chambers or are participating over the telephone, so I don't believe there's any impairment of any member of the public's right to participate or observe, because regardless of where the council members were, they wouldn't have been able to observe a closed session. So substantial compliance was achieved, and as I said, beyond that, the statute also allows for a cure at any time within 30 days of the issue being raised, and so the action today was a cure to that. So for a number of reasons, that's not an issue. I have looked at each of the items that were raised. I appreciate them being raised and brought forward, and I'm happy to look at them if there's something that I think ever warrants council action or a cure or anything like that, I would definitely follow up on it.
All right, so we'll bring this back. Councilmember Kusumoto or Councilmember Mejia, you had agendized this item. When do you guys like to go first?
Sure. Mayor, this is my concern. If there was a need for a majority vote, it would have been nice for the city attorney to address it when the item was brought up, instead of just summarily dismissing it and doing some basic research. If there needed to be a vote for the direction, she should have explained that and should have made sure that, because I was under the assumption that we had asked for you to take the similar action you had done with Mr. Kusumoto's Brown Act. And at that time, you could have said to us, you know what, Jerry, we're going to need to have a vote of the council to see if they want to go forward with that.
And I understood by that you wanted the same process we did with Councilmember Kusumoto's potential violations, which was an initial discussion of whether to proceed and whether to have the city attorney prepare a report, at which time the council did vote to do that, and then a second meeting. So my assumption was you wanted that same procedure. And moreover, you and I have had this discussion with respect to other items where I have said I can't do legal research based on what one or two council members want me to do. I act on the direction of a majority of the council or the city manager. I don't have budget authority. I don't have the ability to spend city resources on those kinds of things.
Well, just for the record, I don't recall asking you to take any action other than this. Am I misunderstanding that your inference is that I've asked you to do things aside from what the council is talking about?
You asked me to look into another Brown Act violation previously, and
actually, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
What I said to you is, I don't have the authority to go conduct an investigation because that would cost the city money. But if you want to present the information to me, I will evaluate it.
Okay, so the Brown Act violations, and Troy, I hate to do this because we're trying to move forward, but the two-tiered, as I said, response from staff, and you see it. We got nothing here. We got a page. And if this was you, there'd be a whole staff report. And all I'm asking is that if we want to stop doing this, that we do it as a whole because there's Jody Schloss's letter that she spoke about the violation, and it was addressed tonight, which is great. There's the cure. Warren had some concerns about specific things that you said from closed session, and I'm not sure why that's any different than Mr. Kusumoto expressing things from closed session, and it had to do specifically with Mr. Kusumoto's involvement in the potential lawsuit or potential involvement with the lawsuit. In addition to that, there was another meeting just recently. It was January 17th. It was agenda item 10A, and we were going to be discussing Warren's Brown Act violation. And I'm no city attorney, but I do believe that you again spoke about closed session from the dais with regards to when you and Councilmember Stevens went back into closed session. I believe you were speaking on December 5th, but everything kind of goes back and forth. So if I'm wrong, just let me know. And you spoke about whether or not he had selected out or if he'd recused himself. Okay, so I have two issues with that. One, it wasn't agendized. And two, you spoke about it from the dais, and that's closed session. So I guess, City Attorney, what I'm wondering is you've got two separate occasions where the mayor, I don't want to disrespect your position, has spoken about closed session items that should not have been discussed and could potentially bias people towards Warren with regards to the lawsuit on one occasion, and then without a quorum, which is what you said at the meeting, we only had 2 council members, so we couldn't do anything. I'm kind of confused. You had 2 council members, but you couldn't do anything. But then you're saying 2 is a quorum because there was only 3 people that could have any kind of action caused on the lawsuit. So we've got conflicting statements there. We say there was nothing that could be done. It was a following meeting. Nothing could be done because we didn't have a quorum. Now you're saying tonight that they did have a quorum. We've got Councilmember Edgar talking about closed session on 2 separate occasions, and yet we're not willing to concede that that's a Brown Act violation. I'm a little taken back by the fervor in which we went after Warren, and yet there's these violations that are happening somewhat on a regular basis, and there's no action taken. And personally, I would like to see no action taken on anyone. And I think I was pretty clear about that when we first addressed Warren's letter. I said, you can say to him, you know what, you shouldn't have done that, and don't do it anymore. If you do, there'll be stiffer penalties. But we didn't want to go that way. So I just want to know why there's different regulations and different standards for different council members.
Well, I think, Jerry, that's a rhetorical question, right? I mean, you want to know that because you're supposing that that's the case. But again, I think if everybody agreed with you, we'd give you an answer to that. I don't think we agree with that. And I think that you're putting the city attorney in a position where, what is she supposed to say? Well, I acknowledge there's 2 tiers here, or I disagree with you, Jerry, there's not 2 tiers. What's the objective? Let's get more specific.
Okay, that specifically on 2 separate occasions, you've divulged information from closed session that you should not have, and also you spoke about an agenda item in closed session that was, or an item that wasn't agendized, and you spoke about that in open session. That's the only reason I know that that's what happened.
Okay, so those were codified in a note that was sent through Jody Schloss to you, to the city attorney, correct?
No, these are my own. I have the DVD. I reviewed it. I actually. Well, I'll just go ahead and leave it at that.
Okay.
So what you're saying, Sandra, is that you can come out of closed session and you can speak about specifics in closed session, and it's not a Brown Act violation?
I don't want to be deposed here, and I don't want to have a legal argument. I need some direction. What does the city council want me to do? Do you want me to address each one of these issues and
Well,
do a report, or are you satisfied with me saying?
Let's do this. So we've got a question, just like we did before. So we know what, I think that might be all of Jerry's questions, but I'm not sure. But let's get them all down. Councilmember Kusamoto had also asked this item to be agendized. Let's let him have a few minutes to talk about his perspective and what he wants. And then let's open it up to the public, get some more comment, and let's see if we can get any further in this discussion. I don't want to start chiseling away before we actually frame the issue of exactly what it is we're talking about.
I think there may be a new one that wasn't previously raised, and I'm not completely understanding that one.
Okay.
I have looked briefly at those raised by Jody Schloss and those raised by Councilmember Kusamoto. Those were put in writing, and I did look at those for what.
Well, Mayor, if I may, I'd like for us to be done with this once and for all. Mr. Ivler brought forward some concerns he had, quoting some codes and such. I'd like for us to investigate this stuff. If it's not a Brown Act violation, I'm a little confused then, and I think we should have a class on what really is a Brown Act violation and move on. But I would like to have all of the issues addressed all at once, because then that way, if they're overlapping at all, Sandra can take the list and go for it.
Okay, so let's set the table and let's get everything out on the table and find out where we're at, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
So, Councilmember Kusamoto?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess if I understand what the city attorney is basically saying is that the research that I had performed, the memorandum that I created, citing the specific examples that are both on video record as well as written, don't constitute a Brown Act, but to my way of looking at it, the same thing you did is what I'm being accused of and being persecuted, as Mayor Poe had kind of said. I'm being persecuted for something I was trying to do to help you all. So I'm, I don't know what to say. I'll say that it sure looks like a double standard to me, and no matter what I say or no matter what I do, no matter what research I might want to advance, it doesn't seem to matter because, again, the zeal in which that report from the city attorney was put together, and the let me use the quantum galactic leap to tie certain things that I might have in my head that may have been talked about outside of close, that may have been talked about before I was even elected, that I put there, that construes information that I had obtained in confidential closed session, and therefore it needs to be prosecuted by a special prosecutor, the district attorney, the grand jury, and the attorney general. So that's the part where I'll say that is double standard. If that's not a double standard, I don't know what else is, because it was quite interesting, quite an entertaining read to read the city attorney's analysis, and then to look at all the things that I've done in terms of all the research I've performed and all the supporting facts and data that I've submitted. To have it sort of dismissed with a wave of a hand is very disappointing. But again, I understand there's a double standard here, and I'll just have to live with it. So that I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Let me go ahead and open it up to the community. I've got a card from JM. Come on up.
When this whole thing started, Graham-Mejia said, we've been there. You just say, bad, don't do this again. This is our feeling, we think you might have done something you shouldn't have done. Be careful. And the city council majority decided that it was a binary situation. Either you violated the act or you didn't, and if you did, we're going to go after you. Tonight, on items 9A and 10C, we again had no public comment. Our city the Los Alamos Municipal Code clearly states 3 minutes on every agenda item. That is supportive of the Brown Act, which says we get to talk. We have an opportunity to communicate. So tonight we had 2 more Brown Act violations. I don't want to be doing this. I want to forgive and forget. We've always forgiven and forgotten up here. But you didn't. You went headhunting on this binary yes or no. Well, I've got all the ones I mentioned tonight, including the 2 new ones on here. I'll pass it up for the attorney to look at it. It's binary. Yes or no. Guys, there is absolutely no reason for any of this. I don't want to be doing this. It's a waste of my time. It's a waste of your time. It's a waste of the city resources. It's a waste. But somebody decided that it was time to go headhunting. And if you're going to go headhunting, you better make sure before you pick up the stones that your house isn't made of glass. Because we all make mistakes. I am sure Mayor Edgar did not intend to not have 2 public comments on 2 of the agenda items tonight, one of which I actually wanted to speak on. It wasn't his intent. It happens. I know when Councilmember Stevens was mayor, I think he used to have a little card that you would check off as you went through each agenda item. Did we get the report? Did we have a public comment? Did we have discussion? I mean, I don't actually remember you not having public comment. You were really good about it. Made sure I always had a chance to stand up here, or anybody else in the community had a chance to speak. Maybe that card should be posted in the center seat so that whoever's there makes sure they does it. But we forgive, and we didn't. And we created a double standard. And now we have a choice. You guys can bring it all back and say, the next agenda is in the next meeting, we're really sorry, Warren, we're dropping the whole thing. And I guarantee you the community will respond by going, hey, that was a really good decision. You guys should have done that to begin with. Jerry was right. We forgive a lot. And this time you guys had to headhunt. And you had to go after somebody when you could have forgiven. And for that reason, I'm going to make sure that every one of these binary situations that comes up gets investigated at the same level that you did to me. It wasn't right. We forgive and we forget. I'm going to pass this to the city manager. There are copies for everybody.
Great, thank you. Any other comments? Okay. I'm going to bring it back to the council, and again, and just kind of setting this up, Councilmember Stevens or Mayor Pro Tem Poe, do you have any comments before we get any further into this?
Go ahead, Ken.
Not really. You know, I'm hearing a lot of argument back and forth, and you know, all we can do is lean back on counsel and see what the opinions are. But right or wrong, we still have to uphold the ordinances as brought to our attention and the laws when it comes down to things. Councilmember Mejia mentioned something about, I don't know if it was January 5th or December 5th, pertaining to the letter, I believe, that Councilmember Kuzimoto had presented prior to a closed session. And you alluded to the fact that that was a Brown Act violation because I was discussing it with the attorney. Well, that was prior to the closed session even starting, because we didn't know who was going to even be in it. But again, you know, we're getting back to tit for tat. And I'm not quite sure what any of this has to do with us doing the business of the city. That's what scares me. When we're involving the city employees' time investigating all of these things, the attorney's time, and pretty much having Brown Act violations loaded and fired out on all of us all the time, wasting our time too. I mean, we've gone through an entire year or more of not doing the business of the city because of the lawsuit, because of all of these other things going on. This isn't why we were elected. This isn't a political position. We are not politicians. Hate to tell you that, we're not. I wear a suit out of respect for the office and out of respect for the community. That does not make me a politician. That makes me a public servant that gets distressed many times whenever I hear all of these little tit-for-tats, these arguments going on to serve no purpose. We have a budget we're dealing with. We've got community safety we're dealing with. We're trying to implement a new program that's going to benefit our residents and our businesses with a tax benefit. That took this much of a meeting. The rest of the meeting was going over, you do this and I'm going to do that to you. What kind of nonsense is that? This isn't high school. This isn't playing games. Let's get back to running the city the way we're supposed to be. Quit screwing around on this stuff. It's annoying to me. It's annoying to me to hear these arguments back and forth. So either pull the trigger or don't pull the trigger, but I'm up here to do the business of the city. Whether you like it or not, I want to do the best for the residents, and I'm tired of hearing arguments going back and forth on all sides. So if that has anything to do with 10E, so be it. If it doesn't, then guess what? It was a commentary.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Poe.
Thank you. Okay, we received this paper. Thank you, Mr. Eivler. I will tell you that your second item, I was out of the state. On December the 5th, I was in Chicago, Illinois. So I wasn't at the meeting. I was not in closed session. I just wasn't here. I was absent, and that's on the record. as far as a Brown Act violation on December the 8th, I was called and told that Councilmember Kuzumoto had distributed a letter to the press and that he had removed himself from closed session regarding the trash contract, and that we needed to have a closed session meeting, and we would do it by the telephone. I was faxed the agenda. I went out and posted it. I was at my sister's home. I posted it. I took pictures of it. I have those pictures so that it was noticed in Crystal Lake, California. And we did have a meeting. There were only 3 available because the other 2 had removed themselves from discussion. So whether that was a Brown Act violation, I don't think it was. I'm pretty sure it was not. We had the majority of what was left here, and because it was brought up and we were able to cure it this evening, just not because the fact that we voted in closed session on that item, I was not under the impression that because we voted on it, that meant that we were guilty. I maintain that we were not guilty of a Brown Act violation. Like the rest of the council has been said here this evening, I'm tired of all of this. I don't look forward to coming to the meetings because it's just who's going to come at me again? Who's going to come at me tonight? And that's not fun. We're here because of our caring for this community and wanting to do things like was presented earlier this evening that will benefit the community. Maybe I overreacted when I found out about Councilmember Kuzumoto's letter to the press. But I have to tell you that in my tenure on this council, which is over 15 years, I have never seen a council member who has been through ethics training, who has been through city council school, do anything to that degree. And I was shocked. In fact, when I was called and told, I cried. I actually cried because I just thought, how in the world could that have happened? How could Councilmember Kuzumoto have done that? I was very upset about it. There was no headhunting here. It was a very blatant violation of closed session. Now, we can talk about other Brown Act violations where you've got 3 people talking about something perceived. You know, there was a time when I was on this council, I would get phone calls from my neighbors telling me that 3 of the council members were meeting at one of their houses down the street. Why wasn't I involved? I didn't report that. It happened, but I never reported that. This was, and again, if I overreacted, shame on me. But it had nothing to do with headhunting. It had to do with not degrading the office that we've been elected to and not degrading the ability to do the business in closed session by the rules. The Brown Act rules of closed session are the ones that guide that. It was shocking to me. All of the things that are listed here by Ms. Schloss, I think we've addressed them. Now, if Jerry thinks that we need to have a full-blown report on this, I don't want anyone to feel that anyone is being treated any differently. I don't think that any of the, it seems like every time we turn around, I was notified recently of that I'd been turned into the FPPC for violation of the Brown Act. And you want to talk about staff time, well, you know, the attorney had to write a letter in response of that. I don't like this. I don't like getting these kind of things when I'm trying to do the business of the city. I think this is all foolish. I think that we've totally lost sight, and it all started with the trash contract. And you know, it's so funny that we have in our mid-year budget, it was proven that we have the best trash contract in Orange County, other than Irvine. And all people have to do is open their bill and see there was a difference of opinion on interpretation. Well, you know, everyone has the right to their own opinion. And we went down this path. I would like to see it end. I would like to see an end to all of this. I don't know where we go from this.
Okay. So let me make a couple comments. You know, Jerry, I think that what we need to do is take a look at this and declare a ceasefire. You know, I think enough's enough. I mean, you know, to Ken's point, whoever thought being on the council meant you get sued for corruption, you get FPPC violations. I spend more time legally worrying about, you know, my $400 a month job than I do worrying about my real job. So, you know, I think to, you know, Warren, going through this, you know, don't bring a rock unless you know, the J.M. Eibler analogy there is, you know, I mean, where do you start? Where did the start? You know, we start throwing rocks, and where does it end up? You know, nobody's right in this at all. We're all culpable. And I, you know what, I guess what I'd like to put forward is, you know, JM, if you're serious about, look, let's just move on. You know, I think the trash contract is coming down to its final throes. I think that, you know, I think we're all fatigued. I think that your Brown Act violation and the path that it's going, you know, what I'd like to do is just see a complete ceasefire and move forward, including your Brown Act violation, all of this stuff, because I mean, now we're going full on tit for tat.
Is that a motion?
Well, I'm very interested because at this point, it's not doing any good. You know, people, it's so funny, as I was out at the store, people don't even know why we keep talking about Brannock. They think it's a project that we've taken on in the city. And so, you know, it's crazy. And then, you know, and everybody's kind of going, well, it goes back to the trash or this, that, or that. Who cares anymore? Mm-hmm. Seriously, the residents don't care. You know, I'd like to use major breakthrough time. Let's just put it all behind, and let's just ceasefire on all aspects of it. That's what I'd like to be able to see. I don't know if
I would second that if it's a motion, or yeah. If I have the opportunity to make a motion.
I mean, is there? Am I going to get corrected here? Hold on.
Sorry, I by all means do not want to stand in the way of this. Nobody in the room, I think, wants to see this more than I do, because I absolutely hate being in the middle of all these things. Mm-hmm. It's not on your agenda.
Right.
Staff would be thrilled, I would say, speaking for all of us, to do nothing more on any of these things until we can put it on your agenda, mm-hmm. and wholeheartedly recommend it. But it's not on your agenda tonight, so direct us to put it on the agenda, and we'd be happy to do that.
Make sure you get the wording correct. Cease fire.
Warren, did you have any comments?
Well, I find it, you know, quite interesting how this all comes about. Again, I'll say that there was a lot of zeal back in December on this thing, and now to hear it all, it's kumbaya, is really kind of a little bit disingenuous to me. And then to hear Mayor Pro Tempo say that she had been accused of an FPPC violation, then she had to have the city attorney write a letter. I'm thinking, it's like, when was this agendized and brought up? So, I mean, again, I'm going to say that, you know, we can go ahead and talk peace, but it sort of didn't feel like that. There is a double standard. There will be a double standard. And, you know, I've got my council comments I'm going to read, and it's not going to be very pretty because it just points to a double standard. So, you know, however you want to do it. Certainly, I've had to go out and hire an attorney because, you know, I think the council majority was not going to indemnify me against doing my job. So certainly, I've been, you know, out there with some skin in the game. So you know, I was ready to turn myself into the district attorney. The person I want to turn myself into, his name is Michael Lubinsky. He is the deputy DA for special prosecution, and I know him because there is just I've called his office. So I'm ready to turn myself in. I'm ready to take this all the way. So you're all the ones that kind of set this thing up, and I'm really, frankly, just ticked off and tired of this thing. I know what's going to happen when they do the investigation. I know where I'm going to be found. I'm going to be found innocent of all these accusations.
Yeah, well, just like us on the 1090, right? I mean, come on, it goes both ways.
No, the 1090 is not my creation.
Mm-hmm.
It's not my doing. This one is all you're doing, okay? So however you want to do this, I'll wait to see you in the next meeting, or the next meeting whenever it comes up. I've had to retain legal counsel. I certainly expect the city will pay for that as part of the indemnification that owed to me as elected council member.
Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
I know you're trying, and I think we've all been battered in the community by different things, but I think that you saying, what about the 1090, gives a perception that you believe that even though we are not involved in that, that's not, I think we can move forward. We just got to let everything go. You know what I mean? And I appreciate you being willing to move past with Warrants. I think that's the first step. I certainly don't want to do this. Marilyn, you're not the only one who had an FPPC letter written, and mine came far before yours did. So I think that there's people out in the community that support us. They see us getting beat up by our supporters, and so they do stuff to defend us. And that's our fault, because we should take control of that and say, we really want to all work together. This is the beginning. I agree. I believe you're sincere. I do. I just wish we hadn't had to have Warren publicly humiliated. And I know you feel the same way with the trash contract. But if, Warren, what you're saying is you want to be exonerated, that's why you want to move forward with the process, I understand that. Because like you said the 1090 charges were thrown out by the judge. So that's an exoneration for you. Now, Warren won't have that same thing. So I don't know which is the best way, but I appreciate that you're trying. I appreciate that you tried with the code. I believe that was sincere. I appreciate that you're trying with this. But moving forward, can't we all be treated equally? I mean, because I think that would be the first step to us all being able to be productive. And that's all we want. I'm like Marilyn, the things that we did tonight, those are the things that I want to do. When we got the okay for the help for the police department, that's the kind of stuff I got into this for. But it's all become very ugly, and we can fix it, just the 5 of us, because the people who support us will stop if we stop.
Yeah, I mean, just to the point, though, I mean, Warren's issue hasn't been filed anywhere other than here. And so,
I'm just saying,
it's, and believe me, if there was a point when we could have saved, look, what I'm seeing with Warren right now, I mean, was probably what I watched Ken go through. And when he got moved from his place of business to another place for other stuff that I think had something to do with being involved in the city.
I don't know.
I mean, all of us are going through this stuff. And I'm just saying, I see Warren's frustration, but I also been there, done that. And,
Did it cost you anything, though? I think that's the difference.
Look, is anything off the table?
No. I'm just saying, I think that we all have been abused. I'll give you that. And I think the only difference that I see is that we could have not pursued this. And 2, he's had to put out money. So if you're open to that, I guess we could agendize it for the next meeting. I would like to see that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, let's not be, let's not miss it. I mean, I can understand, Warren, you're pissed. Like I said, I'm not downplaying it. I've been there, but I would say if we're not ready to move forward and we want to have some more comments at the end of this and kind of keep it going, then let's do it. But I think the offer's sincere. I think we're trying to be conciliatory, and it's got to start somewhere. And so I guess I'm willing. I think at this point, considering that we'd have to have another item agendized to be able to kind of put a clean package on this, I would say that we just kind of halt it at this point, send staff back based on what we've said, taking consideration, all the aspects of this, from the Brown Act piece of this, what Warren's went through, legal fees, all of that. I mean, everything's on the table, and let's just, try and turn over a leaf here and move past it. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. But and Warren, you have every right. You're in the thick of it right now, so you're probably the one that's in the least point that you want to kind of go down this path. You're ready to fight it out, like you said, and I understand that. So, but I don't want to fight it out right now. So what I'd like to do is put this thing on hold, and if we can, just have this item agendized to try and see if we can do the ceasefire, if possible. And with that, if there's no other comment, I'm going to go ahead and close out of that. I don't think there's anything to vote on there. And we're going to go ahead and move on to mayor and council initiated business. And who'd like to go first?
Warren.
I'll go first if you want, just
Sure.
to get it out of the way. Oh, dang. I'd like to report out, and I apologize. I, at the last meeting, forgot to report that I attended my first Vector meeting. So hope I'm not going to get in any trouble for that. But I went to the first Vector meeting. We approved the budget, the mid-year budget, and there was an installation of new officers. I'm sorry, I had a document that I left in the car with the names of the people, but the vice chair is it Doug Bailey over in Cyprus? Doug Bailey over in Cyprus. So we've got a local guy who's up on that the commission pretty high. They also were working towards getting out documentation to all of the vets in the area because there's, I believe it's, don't quote me on this, I'll have to come back to you next time. I think it's typhoid with fleas. And so they're getting out documentation to the vets in Orange County to make sure that they're aware of this and that there's a treatment for it, I believe is what it was. But I'll bring that documentation. And again, I apologize. I had so much stuff I inadvertently overlooked it in my car. So I'll bring that and show you what it looks like. And then at the second meeting, first meeting we had a closed session, which obviously I can't discuss. And at the second meeting, it was very short. And there was a death of one of the past members, and so they adjourned in his memory. And again, I don't have his name because I don't have my papers with me, but Bob was his first name, been part of the Vector Control for a long time, and even though he was not reelected to council, he continued to come and have input, which I think is really commendable because Vector does a lot of work to protect Orange County, and I appreciate the work that they do. And so they adjourned in his honor, and we did have a stalemate at the first meeting for secretary, and I think the vote was 14-14. So we had to readdress it at the second meeting, and they did elect Lucille, and I don't know her last name, for the secretary. So with that, I hope that's sufficient for Vector. There were not many items discussed, but I will be looking forward to bringing forward any information that they give in those meetings that will benefit the community. Let's see. I would like to ask, there are people who come forward who ask questions, and I think I stated this at the last meeting that you had asked my husband, doesn't your wife talk to you? And we really try and keep this separate. And so he came forward with some questions, and I asked, would it be okay if at the end of the next meeting after the city manager did some research, if she could address it for the community, not just for, my husband or the gentleman, Mr. Baker, who had another item that he brought forward. So my husband got a letter. Obviously, Mr. Baker got a letter because we got it in our weekly. And I would just like to have, if I can get the support of the council, it's simple enough. If residents bring questions, I don't know why at the end that can't be city manager business, and just really quickly report out on the issues. And so if I can get support on that, I'd like to ask that the questions that were asked be addressed really quickly here so that the people who are watching who said, oh yeah, I've seen that or I feel that way, they can get the answer too because they didn't get the letter. And it's really just to get the information out to as many people as we possibly can. I would like to congratulate Jacob Sorensen. He's one of our detectives here. He was selected to be on the West County SWAT team, which is it sounds like a very rigorous process. And I would like to ask the chief if you could just do a little quick report on what all entails in it and what he had to go through. And I know we had three officers total that were in the running for it. So I just wanted to say to him, congratulations on this, and maybe have you just fill the community in on how hard and what an honor it is to be chosen for this.
Sure. The West County SWAT team is it's a team that's comprised of the police departments on this end of the county that include us, Cypress, Seal Beach, Westminster, Fountain Valley. The officers that are on the SWAT team are they're there as an ancillary assignment. It's not a full-time thing, but they do train quite often and quite rigorously.
Good.
We had an opening, and as you mentioned, 3 of our officers expressed an interest and went through a testing process that included range qualification, physical agility, a tactical simulation, and interviews with the SWAT leadership.
Right.
And Jake was the one who was selected from that process.
Well, I just please, if you'll pass on to him that I'm sure all of us are so excited for him and proud of him. What a good representative for our city. And moving on, Laurel Park, if we could just address, I get a lot of questions about what's going on with Laurel Park. I know we've said at past meetings, can we at least let them know where we're at in the process, and everyone wants to know when we're going to be done. So could we address that right now?
Do you know that?
I have a partial update. I don't have the completion date with me.
Okay, is there a rough estimate?
There is. I just don't have it with me right
Oh,
now.
I'm sorry, Stephen.
And
I didn't
apologize for that.
mean to throw you under the bus. That wasn't. So can you express to the community, in our weekly, it talks about some soil amendments and stuff. If you could just explain to them what's going on, that'd be
Sure.
great.
Currently, drainage has been completed and grading of the grass is currently underway, and construction thus far is on schedule.
Okay. And it's going to be beautiful when it's done. And so I look forward to that. And if we could.
Things come back to me at different times.
Yeah.
The complete spring season of adult softball has been relocated.
Right.
So we have a construction period, and then we have a growing period.
Right.
So I think that it'll be open to start the summer. But Corey, does that sound about right?
June, for some reason, June stuck out in my head, but I wasn't sure if that was right.
I know the original reopen date was early to mid-May, so I know that
Okay.
that's their goal. As far as it sounds like they're on track for that.
Okay, so if somebody asks me, I can say, hopefully by June we should be done. If we don't, okay, because I know how construction goes. A lot of questions about the Chestnut median. Can we explain to people, they're so angry about the lanes being blocked off on both sides, and then on La Salle going on to Catella. Coming here tonight, it took me 2 cycles to get through the light because that's narrowed down to 1. So could we just address those real quick for the community to let them know what expectation of time?
Sure.
Before it's
Yeah,
completed?
I'll start and you can finish, Stephen. I had planned to talk about this.
Sorry, Angie.
We are 2 weeks ahead of schedule, which is really good news for the community. Due to the good weather and fast work. I've been told that construction will be completed in another 2 weeks.
2 weeks, perfect.
Anything to add?
Well, I just want to say a big appreciative thank you to staff for finally getting that done. It sat there for how many, like 4 years?
Way too long.
And it's going to be beautiful when it's done, but nobody likes to be inconvenienced. So 2 weeks, that's good to hear, and I hope that gets out to the community. And then the last thing, in the weekly, I noticed the spring carnival, because Laurel Park is closed, it's going to be moved. Can someone, Corey, will you just let everybody know where it's going to be instead of Laurel Park and the date and the time? So they don't miss it. I just don't want them to.
It's now going to be at Little Cottonwood Park, and I apologize, I do not have the date on me.
Okay.
I've got it.
It's April 7th.
April 7th.
Yeah. I was just trying to throw it out there because you guys are the ones doing all the work, so I thought you should get to, give the news. And it's from 9 to 11. I know a lot of people in the community are part of this event, and I just don't want them to miss out on it. Are we doing anything to notice that for people? Maybe
Our spring activities guide should be hitting mailboxes this week.
Okay.
They were stuffed and brought to the post office today. Okay. So they're the front and side cover of the brochure, plus the cover of the brochure focuses on the spring carnival and the change of location and the timing.
Okay. I don't know if it's in the budget or if the council will support it, but if possible, if we could have some kind of banner, inexpensive banner on that chain link fence over at Laurel. So maybe people who don't look at the activities brochure, that are people who go there, I don't know if it's cost effective or not, but at least if you post something on there, they go there on the day of, or they're wondering what's going on, it's right there for them to see all the information.
We would love to do that. However, this is a budget cut a number of years ago.
Okay.
All of the things we do on that day are pretty much sponsored by
the church.
No.
Oh, no?
By community companies and businesses. All the
How much
candy.
is a banner?
$300.
Yeah. If we went with a smaller banner, I don't think when I was with Pop Warner and I was over at American Sign, yeah, the big ones are pretty expensive. I'm just looking for something that if people would stupidly show up because it's, it doesn't have any grass or anything, but by that time, I want to make sure that they get to still be a part of the Spring Carnival. And I thought, didn't the little church over here used to sponsor this?
That Revolution? Or
That was about 2 years ago.
Okay, and they just haven't done it for the last couple years. Okay.
So,
just food for thought, whatever you guys want to do.
I don't think anybody's going to object to, I mean, we're not making a decision for something that's not a Brown Act violation here, definitely. But, I mean, we're talking, it's our event, so we should probably plug it, and it is a change, and so.
If we put it up on the fence soon, I think the word gets out that there's a change in where it's at.
It's not that we don't want to publicize these things.
Yeah.
It's on the front cover and on the inside cover of the Community Services Guide that's distributed to 11,000 households in Rossmore and Los Alamitos.
Right.
It's just that we go after the free advertising the best we can, and but I'm sure Corey can drum us up a banner.
Sorry to make it just trying to get it out to the community. I know that before I was on the council, the activities guide, I just used to toss. I never looked at it. I look at it now because I'm a council member. So, and that's all I had.
Gee, and I use it like a Bible.
Cool. Councilmember Stevens.
All right. Last week I had another Budget and Finance Committee meeting with the OCFA, and oddly enough, one of the things that we went into a lot of depth on was alternate investment funds, different organizations to be able to put the funds into, because just like the cities and everyone else, we're not getting a return good enough for the money that we're investing. And so hopefully they'll come up with a few things that possibly we can pass on to and be able to utilize in our city also. I'm pleased to be on the committee now for the I guess the demise or shutting down of the Aquatic Foundation, and to be able to use those funds towards the wish list that I know that Angie has. And it simply just get the funds out working to enhance the quality of life for everybody in the city, instead of having them sit there in a fund that is not doing any good to anyone. So I'll be looking forward to our first meetings on that. I also wanted to ask about the update on the medium, too. And the one thing that I think everybody forgot to say is that thing's going to look fantastic right there. Getting that done over there finally on Catella. And even though it is an inconvenience right now for all the drivers driving in both directions, but it's also a safety issue. And I think by getting it completed and having it look good, okay, that works well. And the last thing is, Corey, can we have an update on the race on the base? You knew it was coming.
Of course.
Because you were gloating so much this last one on how far ahead we are right now.
We are very, very excited that in just a few days, this weekend is the race on the base. We have a lot of new features, so I'll go through it with as much detail as I can. First, on Friday, we have our packet pickup, and that is going to be from 4 to 8 p.m. At the base. And during that time, we are going to be opening our brand new fully tented vendor expo. We're putting all of our vendors underneath a very large 200-foot by 120-foot covered awning, giant canopy. We have approximately 75 vendors out there, which we're very excited about, including Johnny Rebs, that's going to be providing barbecue dinner, barbecue chicken on Friday night for purchase. So we definitely invite the community to come out and enjoy that. If they haven't already registered for the event, they can register on site during pickup. And then on Saturday, race day, registration opens at 6:30 in the morning, as well as the vendor expo opens at 6:30 in the morning. Again, people can register on Saturday morning. All participants that register for the event are going to enjoy a free breakfast or lunch courtesy of Johnny Rebs on race day. They're going to receive a brand new and improved finisher medal. They are going to receive a long sleeve technical race shirt, and it's going to be black this year instead of the typical white, and a goodie bag courtesy of Southland Credit Union. So a lot of very exciting things that are incorporated into the registration. We've got a lot of different events. We have 8 different events that take place throughout the day. So something for everybody in the family, from the kids run to the junior tri to the 5K walk to the 10K run and the reverse triathlon. So something for all ages, all abilities, all levels. So we definitely invite the entire community to come out. Registration is still available online through our website, raceonthebase.com. You can register up until 2 p.m. online on Friday. So we've extended the registration to online process to make it easy for people to register online through our website and through active.com all the way up till 2 o'clock on Friday, and then on site at Pack a Pickup again Friday from 4 to 8, and on race day starting at 6:30 in the morning.
All right. Corey, another question. What are we going to have as far as access to the base? Are we coming in off 2 different ways again, or?
Yes, we last year we were only allowed in through the Orangewood gate. We are opening both entrances, both the main gate at Lexington as well as the side gate at Orangewood. So we definitely encourage the community, whichever way you're coming from, enter from that gate, and we're hoping that'll alleviate a little bit of traffic and be able to get people on. Parking is free, and everybody will be parking out on the tarmac, and we're working with a company to expedite the traffic and get people parked as quickly as possible.
Now, will Lexington be one way going in, like we do during the 4th of July, or will it still have two-way traffic?
There's always a lane out for obviously emergency vehicles, as well as this event is a much higher turnover than the 4th. A lot of people for the 4th will stay until the end of the event, right, because all of these events, the times vary. The first race begins at 7:30 and the last race begins at 10:45. So people are kind of coming and going versus the 4th of July, where they come and sit for a number of hours and then they all leave together.
Good. All right. For anybody in apartment row like I am, watch out, because some of those alleys will be blocked off during this time, and we're so close. It's best just to walk over on the base. So the same way really with anyone in Carrier Road too. It's going to be a great event. You're going to hear a lot of excitement going on over there. Take the time to get out and meet some of your neighbors over on the base. It's going to be a day of fun. So thank you, Corey. That's all I have.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tempo.
Thank you. I, too, wanted to thank Jacob, or congratulate Jacob for being selected on that team. I think that's great. Jerry, you should have taken the roundabout tour getting here.
Oh.
That is Howard to Bloomfield, Bloomfield to Cherry, Cherry to Florista, and Florista to Oak. Lickety split.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes we learn, those of us that live here, how to maneuver through the traffic. Thursday, and thank you, Jerry, for this for the report on Vector. We're finally going to get some reports. We've been lacking that for several years, and it's important to the community to
It is
have
a great
this information.
Yeah.
Thursday, February 9th, I attended the State of the County with Supervisor Morlock. He painted quite a dismal picture for all of us. I think most of you have probably read his report in the newspaper, and he's also been on TV. This Saturday is going to be a busy, busy day with the race on the base early in the morning, and then in the evening, the Americana at Cypress College. Again, it's been talked about here several times, but the members from this community that are being honored from our contingent is Jim and Shirley Bailey. And there's still enough time for anyone that would like to attend by contacting Cypress College, or if you call me, I can give you the number to reserve a seat. It should be a wonderful evening, and they are so deserving, Jim and Shirley. They have been so active and given so much to this community for so many years. We are especially saddened at the sudden passing of our traffic commissioner, Sean Utley. Sean was appointed to the commission in 2010 and had become a very valued member for his thoughtful manner in addressing each and every issue. Our prayers go out to his wife, children, family, and friends. We have also lost another member of our community, Mary Giannacucci, the wife of Harold Giannacucci, co-founder of Imperial Jewelers. I think everyone knows where Imperial Jeweler is in the community. They've been in our community for over 30 years, and she passed away on January the 30th. The business is run by Harold and Mary's children and grandchildren, and this really personifies the family business concept that has built and continues to keep our community going. So our thoughts and prayers go out to his family, to her family, and friends. And I would ask that we close our meeting in memory of Sean Utley and Mary Giannacucci.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Kusumoto.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did prepare a rather lengthy treaty to actually read, but I think I'll just hold off in the spirit of detente that we have going on right now. However, there will be a letter I will send to the city attorney that there is some certain pieces of information that I think I have been lacking that I am requesting, and I expect to be provided that is relative to the trash lawsuit. And so I will be sending that to the city attorney, and I don't know if I can copy all of you or not, but I'll leave it to her if she can distribute it. But I would certainly expect that the information she provides to me, she can provide to all of us that are entitled to go into closed session. And with that, I'll just turn it back to you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. We had a West Orange County elected officials meeting last week, and we have another one tomorrow with the base. Kind of an interesting meeting tomorrow's with the Joint Forces Training Base command staff, Lieutenant Colonel Russell, but we're also going to be meeting with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in kind of a joint meeting. But it's just really, we've asked Colonel Toy, who came and gave a presentation to our city, to give that same presentation to the extended group of Cypress, Garden Grove, Seal Beach, and Rossmore. We put that invitation through the county, so that'll be a good meeting. Some of the growing pains that I think that we're having there, and I just wanted to share, because what we're trying to do in that group is we've been rotating that through different folks, and I think that a lot of us are challenging what is the long-term use of that group. What is the charter? Is it just to engage the base? We've had some issues, without getting into too much detail, where we've had a city that really wanted to get aggressive on an issue with the base, and we might have been more neutral, and another had a far other position that didn't want to do anything bad to harm the base. And so we've been kind of playing kind of a mediation role. But what it does is, because they have been so respectful, it slows down their ability to service their residents that have elected them in. And so what we did is we called a meeting kind of private just with the cities and said, look, what do we want this group to be, developed for? And longer term, rotating people in and out, if we're going to keep it, what are the rules of engagement? So I think what we agreed at that meeting, just to kind of share, is that we would have quarterly meetings, open meetings with the base, that we would be able to go through, put together an agenda that followed just a set standard. We hope that it's an augment process to the current communication path that is put on by the chamber, which is the RMAC board. But we were trying to get an elected officials board that's actually recognized as a mechanism that they can put out information officially to the cities in a more unified way. And then we're going to utilize this fact to have Colonel Toya. And Colonel Toya kind of confuses a little bit of the issues because they own the base, where Lieutenant Colonel Russell is the landlord. They take care of it. They make sure everything is going good. But we're just wanting to show community support. If anybody's watching what's happening right now at the federal level, the Department of Defense is getting ready for across-the-board straight cuts, and BRAC closure is back on the table. They need us now, as much as we've tried to need them in the past. So I think it's good, and they seem to be really focused and interested in having that conversation. On the Orange County Sanitation District, a lot of stuff going on, but the one thing that I wanted to bring to attention to this board is it's kind of an interesting thing that's getting ready to go on. All of the stuff that's happened with the redevelopment agencies is coming to a head. And all of us that are on city councils or involved in city and municipal stuff are starting to hear, we're one of, probably a handful of cities in this county that doesn't have a redevelopment agency. But as you know, Governor Brown signed, to basically complete the transaction on RDAs. And so what has happened is the RDAs now have been kind of recovered, and then they've given jurisdiction to the county to say, you guys need to set up basically a way to liquidate the RDAs and get the money back to the school districts, and where it's supposed to go through this reverse plan where it was incremented to go back to the cities to kind of help modify and do stuff within the cities. And the only reason I'm bringing it up in the context of the sanitation district is that, there's politics big time going on right now because they're trying to find out who has a seat at the board for these RDA groups to kind of liquidate and set priorities. So, for example, if you're in Westminster and it's almost 100% a redevelopment zone, it's got significant amount of monies tied up in bonds and loans. It's got cash. It's got projects that are pending. Projects. Somebody's got to wind that down. Well, imagine if before you had a redevelopment agency as a part of the council, it was a separate meeting. Now you're going to have the county come in, and you may not, as a city, be able to have representation to the level you want, or even having a majority to what happens. The sanitation district has been evaluated because it takes revenue from all areas as a special district, is that it has 13 cities of the 34 in Orange County that we actually are the largest special district. So we will be going through a process to appoint people from the Sand District as a special district representation onto these RDAs, and it's causing a lot of kind of political strife. The good news is on that one is for my role as the vice chair and incoming chair in June, I'm neutral because I don't have any RDA ties to this. So it's been helpful to be able to help work through that. But you guys are getting calls on that. If not, you'll be hearing about it. I also wanted to let you know Ed Roy Sr., city council member from Stanton, as you know, has stepped down from his council seat after great years of service, and obviously the son of Congressman Royce. But he also stepped down off the MODOC board, of the Metropolitan Water District board, for this area. And another political free-for-all, there's a lot of people that are interested in having that board seat. I would put the message out to the community that if anybody's interested, that they will go through an appointment process. Being in sanitation is the wastewater, or as Joy Neubauer of Westminster says, the flush, she's on the flush or the brush side. So we're on the flush side in sanitation, but the clean side of it, MODOC, is a big deal and a lot of water issues, and it just seems like there's a tremendous amount of interest. So I would just say, if anybody knows people interested in being a part of the Metropolitan Water District, it's a 7-member board that meets down in Fountain Valley, not too far from the Sand District, and they will be accepting nominations. They'll go through an appointment process, but whoever gets that seat then would serve, and then in this election coming up in November, that seat will be up for vote anyway.
Do you have to be a council member or a mayor or Do you have to be on the council
No.
to, it can go to anyone?
No, matter of fact, some people not named are very interested in it, and they're getting ready to term out in their city. They're willing to give up potentially their last couple months of count because it's an incompatible office.
Yeah.
Royce was able, Councilmember Royce was able to be on there because they are a city that has Golden State Water, sort of like us, and that's why, like in our city, if somebody was interested, you could do that and serve on this. But anyway. We talk about the June time period with the park and what's going on there. Just something to throw out there is kind of the rededication of that park. When you drive by it, you see the sign in the corner, and you see kind of now that everything's stripped away from it, kind of worn and tore. I don't know if the sign gets modified, but it definitely, it's going to be it's almost going to be a brand new, beautiful park. And, maybe kind of a remembering the old and looking forward to the new is that maybe we consider a rededication process in June or July and have the council members that actually voted to make that one of our parks, have them come back and, do something really nice to kind of put a capstone on that. Because, that was always the vision that you guys had, is that you would do the park and then you would upkeep it, and we never had the money to upkeep it. So, many years later it happened.
Mayor, just one note to that. Marilyn's daughter won the contest naming the park, and I believe on the back of the sign, her essay or something along those lines. I think that if we move forward with that, that should stay part of the history of the park, and it should be on whatever sign we put there.
Okay.
Thank you, Jerry.
Just so people are aware, in Cyprus, there's a ballot measure going on. I don't know if everybody's following this, but they have the property behind behind Cottonwood Church. That whole horse track area is zoned to not be able to allow construction of certain type. They have actually started to do a ballot collection process in Cyprus. It's not something that's LoSal weighs in on. But so if you haven't heard about it, you probably will, because I'm starting to see going to some different city council meetings outside of this city, is that people are talking about it from Cyprus, and and they're collecting signatures. If you're interested, really interested, I'd ask Angie to just take a look at it at some point and maybe put something out just so that we are versed on it in case anybody in our city should ask us, and if anybody's really interested, we could talk about it more in a council type format. But tomorrow is the breast surgical center opening for Dr. Rahanabad. It's a big deal. I know she came and briefed the chamber. I've commented on that, and she's awesome. And it's a huge thing. If our brand is one thing in the city, it's that we have an excellent hospital. It's expanding, and it's getting actually some of the top talent in the nation. And so tomorrow at 4:30 there is a ceremony. I cannot make it, and I asked Angie to put together something as a proclamation. But if anybody's interested and can go and represent us, I would really appreciate it. You can't either. Can anybody make it?
I'll
Emma?
check my schedule and see.
Okay. So if we can take care of that. The Americana Awards, I would just continue to do that. And Marilyn and I may do a little bit of a switch, because it's usually the mayor does something, but Marilyn's been such a champion for this that Betty and I will be there. But if there's a role to play that if you want to switch up. Yeah.
Very sweet of you.
And in the state of the county, I'm on Xanax now after I thought I could paint a pretty dismal picture that John, or Supervisor Morlock, has topped that. You know what it was, though? It was put in a way that, it's an eye opener and it's make aware, but, I think there's solutions, and, I think
You
there's
also put a little levity in there, because otherwise you just cry a lot.
Right. So I guess that's it. And so
Could you address LAFCO? I know that there's a seat coming up, and also I've heard some concerns from the community that there are steps being taken by the board, I don't know this to be true, where they can move forward with something whether the residents want it or not. So that's a big concern to both communities, I think.
Yeah, 2 of the seats on LAFCO are expiring, and through the city selection process, those seats are available for anybody that up here that wants to be a part of it or whatever. You have to be, well, actually, no, you don't have to be an elected official to be on that either.
It generally is, though, isn't it?
Yeah. So if anybody's interested in that, I think in our package there's a city selection meeting coming up. Yeah, where that'll be an item to be voted on. Yeah, they were asking for applications.
Yeah.
So, if anybody up here is interested, to let me know or let Angie know, and we'll make sure and get support. The other thing I would tell you, Jerry, is that our SCAG seat, District 20, which we've all had an opportunity. Marilyn, do you mind if I mention?
Go ahead. No.
So. That seat is now up for vote. It comes up again. Andy Quach, who's from City of Westminster, council member, I think is interested. Marilyn put her name in and then pulled it out. Because there's a bunch of other stuff going on that we're focused on over there with St. Isidore, et cetera. But I would just say, if, Jerry, you're interested at all on the SCAG District 20 seat, I probably wouldn't go as a frontal attack on Andy, but I would just call him and say, hey, are you interested? Because, obviously his attendance doesn't appear that he's fully dedicated. And if you are interested, this would be the time to grab it.
Yeah, at this point, I know Marilyn had an interest, so I kind of I don't even remember what the day is that they meet, and
it's Thursdays, once a month down in Santa Ana at OCOG, and once a month in downtown LA.
Oh, for the OCOG, yeah, because I was never part of that.
Yeah, so you'd be on both of those.
That's the way it is now.
Yeah.
And we had been told that no one had put their name in, and I didn't want our district not to be represented.
Right.
And I have served on OCOG and SCAG in the past and enjoyed it, but it is very time consuming.
Right.
There are the agendas are gigantic. And so I put my name in because I didn't want to not have anyone.
Right.
And then Andy did go ahead, and I know his attendance has been questionable. But I thought, well, maybe we can give him a push or something.
Yeah.
If he really wanted to do it again.
Right.
So that's why I withdrew my name, because it is very time consuming.
So, but
it's
you
not
withdrew,
only one. It's the OCOG meeting,
right,
once a month, and the SCAG. So
and SCAG's quite a bit.
And sometimes there's more than once a month at SCAG. They have, yeah.
So, but let me just make sure I'm getting this right. You stepped back because you didn't want to challenge Andy.
I just wanted to make sure that
we had coverage.
We had someone representing our district. And as long as Andy had put his name in, then I said, well, all right.
Okay.
I mean, if you're interested, I would even reach out on your behalf if you're interested and ask Andy how serious he was.
Yeah.
Because, but if you're not, then I'll just let him do it.
Well, I'll just check if we could, Wendy or whoever's I'm supposed to request this from, if I could find out the dates and the times of the meetings and the locations so I can see if I can fit it into my schedule. It's something that I had wanted to do before, but,
Okay.
Well, the vote is Thursday, this coming
This Thursday? Well, if I could get that information tomorrow, that'd be great.
And you can go in as a stand-in, or go and just petition from the floor if you're interested. But definitely let me know too.
Okay. I mean, do you want me challenging him? I mean, if he says, yeah, I really want it, does the council want me just to step back?
I'm sorry, but
Can't talk about this. Okay.
Yeah.
No.
not on the agenda.
Okay. Yeah, but
Okay.
I guess outside here, you and I could talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. That's all I had, and that would have been like the 5th Brown violation for tonight, so I'm going to stop there. Thank you. Anything from the city manager?
I just have a couple of quick things. The shade structure at the pool, paid for by the Los Alamitos Medical Center, is almost, is very near completion. It's almost ready. There'll be something in the weekly, but the public is invited to the grand opening, March 14th. That's correct, Corey? And then we talked a little bit about this, but there are 3 dates for public outreach for the general plan, and we have decided on 3 dates because we want to make sure everyone has an opportunity. Those dates again are Thursday, March 8th from 5 to 8 at the food trucks near Starbucks. Saturday, March 17th from, I want to say 9 to 4, right on. At the community center, and Tuesday, March 20th, from 6 to 9. Is that right? 5 to 8 at the community
try.
center.
Good try, yeah.
So this, we keep talking about this because this is the public's opportunity to tell us what they want the community to be like for the next 20 years. And this is important for our community, and we want everyone to attend. Also, in the community services guide, there is a flyer that was tucked in to the guide that was mailed to all households, advising the public of the same thing. So we invite you to come out to those meetings. So Jerry, in response to your request about the letter that your husband received, I'll just go through the questions, the answers quickly.
Sure.
Number one is, when will the traffic signal at Humboldt and Cerritos be replaced? This project is ready to go out to bid. This is the next project to be advertised to solicit bids. It's part of 5 other projects going out at one time. So after the Catella Chestnut median and Laurel Park rehab are completed this month, Laurel Park will go into the growing season. That's when this will go out to bid. So it'll be, sometime in the spring here.
Okay, so the process, just time duration, isn't it usually like 3 to 6 months from the time you go out to bid and before you get started? Is there a general time?
I think that's safe to say.
Okay.
Stephen?
Yeah, that's safe to say.
Okay. What is the city's graffiti abatement program? Now, in larger cities, they have complete units that do nothing but drive around and paint and clean graffiti. We're too small for that. We have everyone on the public works staff working on graffiti. All the trucks are equipped with anti-graffiti cleaner, and whenever anyone sees any graffiti from the crew, they clean it automatically. In the spring, there are hot spots that are, the places that always get graffiti that are repainted, and then graffiti preventer is applied. So we don't have a specific crew. It's basically everyone's job.
Okay, now, and the reason I would like to interject in this came up when Jeff was still here. And we spoke about the fact that this patchwork, especially on the poles at the intersections, there's different kinds of gray, and I know that Public Works is doing the best they can, but we talked about painting those from a certain height down, just black, so when they came by, they could just paint over it in black, and it wouldn't be all this patchwork. So I'm just kind of curious, is that dead? Is that a dead issue? Are we not going to do that anymore?
Have you heard of anything like that, Stephen?
No.
Well, it was at the council meeting, so you should have heard of it.
We can...
You don't remember?
The Paint the Pole Black program.
From a certain height down. Smarty
No,
pants.
I do remember it getting brought up, but I don't remember how far it was going.
Well, look.
Yeah, I remember it being brought up and Jeff saying he would take care of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Other things, do you want me to go into the test alley? Do you want
if
all
you
that
could just give
information?
them the outcome and where we're moving forward with it, or if we're not moving,
Well, this is with regard to the speed bumps in the alley. In July, the Traffic Commission recommended installation of speed humps. In October, they did some testing. And what was found, I don't know exactly what this means, but Stephen can help possibly. The data by the traffic engineers showed that the 50th percentile speed varied from 15 to 18 miles per hour in the alley. And then the 85th percentile speed varied from 20 to 23 miles an hour. So that must mean maybe that
I don't know what that means. That's
15% of the cars are going between 20 and 23 miles an hour.
Yes.
That was my assumption.
But basically, almost everyone is driving between 15 and 23 miles an hour, which is kind of good because that's not all that fast. Then at the December meeting, the Traffic Commission met and looked at those results, and they were given a list of 5 options by staff in order to, what do you want to do with this data? There were the outcome of that were 3 separate motions. The first one of which was to move the western speed hump and place it in a location in the alley where no resident's bedroom was directly adjacent to it.
That was great.
That's just for noise. Second motion was to install some signage, caution children and 15 miles an hour at both exits from Catella Deli and Wiener Schnitzel into the alley. And then the third motion was to conduct a speed survey again to check speeds in the alley 1 week after installation of the signage. So that was in December. That's the latest information we have. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they're taking this speed hump in the alley issue carefully, and as they should.
Yeah.
So more to come.
Okay. And if you don't mind, this is not just for my husband's request. Mr. Baker also asked a question. If we could just address his real quick,
I'm
and then
sorry.
we go with it.
Yes. This is with regard to the signal, the southbound traffic on Los Alamitos Boulevard making a left-hand turn into Rossmore Way. His question was, you have to wait for an excessive long time for the signal to give them the left-hand turn arrow. What's the deal? Or can it be revised? So basically, long story short, the intersection operates with the citywide traffic signal system.
Right.
Linked to Bradbury and Orangewood. It's also linked timing-wise with signals in Seal Beach from the 405 freeway north to Farquhar, with the goal to provide open green lights all the way through from 405 to Farquhar. The traffic engineer goes out once every 3 months, checks on the timing of the signals. And then the traffic engineer is doing a study to see if a protective permissive sign could be installed at that place that would allow vehicles to turn left during a green light but then yield to oncoming traffic. So that study should be done within 2 months. So that sounds like it's totally in the queue, and it's the fact that the traffic engineer goes out once every 3 months to check the synchronization is a good thing.
Great. Thank you, Angie, for addressing that so that people who are watching who saw the questions got the answers also. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
Okay. Did you have one last thing?
Oh, I just have to say this. That light, when that light was put in, going into the Highlands, my husband and I had been in another state, and we'd seen these permissive left turn signals. And I brought it up, and I said, gosh, I think those are great. I've never seen them here in California. And could we look into that? And the engineer we had at the time told me I was crazy. Well, I am a little crazy, but I thought it was a really great idea. And here we are these years later, and now we're talking about doing it. And if we had put it in there to begin with, maybe I wasn't so crazy.
Good. Anything else from the city manager? City attorney? Alrighty, I think that's it. So we're going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting finally
Oh, God.
Thank God.
Jeez, it's only midnight.
to March 5th, 2012. Meeting adjourned.